Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hater plotting my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ay, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In the yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with the oh well. Need 100 million on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best nigga. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like. 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like. 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
It's that special part of the season, folks. Welcome in to your Thursday night Titan Esports action here. The Immortal League has officially arrived into playoffs. We're kicking off the 8-team full best-of-5 single elimination bracket tonight. It's going to be myself and Quacks taking you through this matchup as we go to the very bottom of our bracket to take a look at Omega Akuma pairing knives taking on the reigning defending champions, the two-time defending champions, or just they've won 2 titles. I don't know if they're back-to-back. The point is the Titan of the league currently right now in DropDeadGaming. And Quacks, it's hard to see why DropDeadGaming wouldn't be the favorite to take another Immortal League split.
Yeah, Slayer, I 100% agree. I mean, DropDeadGaming, everyone looks at this team, and this team has aura in the Immortal League at this point. Like you said, they've won twice. They've retained most of their roster. They have been performing super well in this split as well, so it's not like they've lost their touch. And I definitely agree with you. Omega Akuma pairing knives are definitely going to have their work cut out for them going into this best of 5. But, one thing about this best of 5 is, the prep work, right? We are going into Fearless, so the ability to adapt, the ability to pivot is, definitely a lot bigger now that we are reaching BO5 territory. So maybe that's something the pairing knives can go for around that 3rd game. But these first 2 games in particular, DropDead likely going to stick to their style and look to run them over in the quarterfinals.
The only team to knock DropDeadGaming off of the series is Mint Superior on the other side of the bracket from their group. Outside of that, they only dropped 4 total games. And yeah, like you mentioned, this team is very, very strong. And they got a bit stronger. I am a big fan of their support, Jordan Bot. That guy is a content machine. Actually, a casting duo that I had at one point over in Aegis, and told me that ever since he hit Challenger, he was looking, to maybe go for an ACL spot. That didn't necessarily work out, so he decided to come back home to DropDeadGaming to try and bring a 3rd title with the team that he's already won with. But we'll talk a lot more about the road here for both of these teams when we have time to, because we have jumped with our late start right into game number 1 draft. DropDeadGaming on that blue side, and bans so far pretty all over the place here. Just a lot of powerful picks taken off the board.
But then a lot of powerful picks still left up, right? Particularly when you look at that bot lane and jungle, the Jinx is still around. That champion really has been the bane of everyone's existence. But I was just about to mention the Xin Zhao as well, recently buffed, as we are on patch 15.6 now. This champion got a slight increase, and it was already strong, Slayer. This champion was already one of the apexes in the jungle, already super viable in competitive. So now it's a no-brainer to pick this champion up and immediately snatch it when you get the chance.
Without a doubt. Varus on the response here. Always a pretty powerful blind to go for. You obviously have 2 different build paths you can play towards here if you are on this red side AD carry spot. Viego is going to be the match for the Xin Zhao, so already the Omega Akuma pairing knives are marking their comp as a reset comp. They're playing for this Viego. They are playing for this guy to just take over the game on the red side. Jin going to be the response for DropDeadGaming, and they're already showing Quacks what their composition is going to look like here, trying to play from a lot of range with a combination of Jin and Hui.
And this is also a Troy classic. He really likes the Hui. He really likes those poke mages. Xerath is also something I believe we've seen from him as well. Then on the other side, it looks like the pairing knives are just going to respond with mid laner of their own. Ahri is the pick, so a lot more engage, a lot of snap decision-making possible with this Viego and this Ahri. The lockdown from the Chains of Corruption plus the Charm alone should give this Viego the opportunity to get those resets like you said, Slayer. So win cons opening up on both sides.
Win cons very, very clear, and now we start to punish one particular role that's very apparently left up on both sides here. A lot of support bans coming both ways. I like the approach here from the pairing knives so far. Jordan Bot is a very potent, engaged support player. His pool is very open with that. Interesting to see the Rel ban come across, though. I would argue that is probably Jordan Bot's most powerful champion in his support pool, but maybe just wanted to deny that alongside the Varus and recognize that it's a really good primary engage tool that the pairing knives don't really want to go for, so they pick up the Nautilus, which does work well in that aspect, Quacks, but is definitely a lot more single target than a Rel would have been.
And it is also just another good denial away from Jordan Bot. I think he's also really good on the Nautilus, and so I do think DropDeadGaming are going to have to dig a little deep when it comes to that support, and they're going to lock down the Poppy. So this is a flex pick. It's going to be kind of determined where it's going based on this B5, and it's going to go in the support, right? So we've got the denial of that engage from the Nautilus. The Q technically counts as a dash, so it's not really that easy to get onto some of those immobile backliners like the Hwei and the Jin. So already we're seeing a ton of peel come from, you know, B4 and B5 as Vladimir, yeah, your reaction tells it all, Slayer. Gonna be locked in here to round us out in game 1.
Yeah, so we're gonna be looking for red side top to really just try and answer the Renekton. This is an interesting call, right? It is range. You have a lot of sustain you can match with the Renekton. You can kind of bully, you know, never outmatched. You might get outmatched in the lane here, so we'll have to see with how this goes. And Vladimir can scale into a very big beast. Our little cutscene might be lying a bit here, folks. It is a best of 5, so not a best of 3, as we quickly get onto the Rift. And as always, with Golden behind us on the observing, we get to meet the wildlife that inhabit Summoner's Rift before we get into what looks to be a pretty standard 5-point across the board, but does look like Falls is potentially setting up for a late invade on the bot side.
Yeah, definitely possible. I mean, when you have these hook champions, you want to look to be aggressive early on. When you've got this lockdown, you want to make the most of it. And you know, you kind of talk about that lockdown, and really, I think where I'm looking, you know, obviously we've got the supports, but the mid-jungle duo from both of these teams is definitely a point that I want to hit on, Slayer. I think, you know, Hwei with the Xin Zhao, plenty of long range engage, you know, some of that snap decision making. We already kind of talked about the Viego and the Ahri on the other side. So I certainly think that these are going to be our playmakers for game 1, and both comps are going to be setting up for them to transition that once team fights get rolling.
Yeah, the very big difference obviously being that, you know, this Viego really needs to buy some time to kind of power farm, wants to full clear. And if you're Evil Lobster, this Xin Zhao, especially in the current meta, is just so potent in skirmishing, really off rip. So if I'm Evil Lobster, especially with how many wards DropDeadGaming were able to get on this top side jungle, maybe set up to try and steal away one of these camps on the clear, or force a fight when Viego's just not ready for the brawl. We'll have to see, though, as both junglers are opposite side clearing so far, so might not interact at all, might just trade scuttles, and it's relying on the lanes to see how much action we'll really get here, as Never Outmatched is immediately full comboing on to Cheeks here on the top side.
Yep, just utilizing that Conquer, he stacks that one up, gets a good trade onto Cheeks, but I mean, this is just such a hard champion to play against in the laning phase, Slayer, because of that sustain, right? You've got that Q to constantly be healing back up. You, as Vladimir, also have a ton of innate regen, so you're very safe in the laning phase. That's probably one reason why we're seeing Evil Lobster path down, because he kind of acknowledges, hey, Vlad is too safe at this current point. I know my top laner is going to bully him. I'm going to try and influence this bot lane and hopefully get something done. And now he's on his red buff, so he's getting around that timer to be able to make a move. You can see that Tribush is still not warded by Akuma pairing knives, but they might be able to sniff out just based off of, you know, future positionings where the Xin Zhao is and could be.
Yeah, those early vision wards, I wonder if they timed out before Never Outmatched could really see this Viego on the chickens. He has played pretty safe, so I think he understands that Viego is on this top side. The ward on Evil Lobster's red definitely expired before he got down there, so not too much knowledge here for the pairing knives of knowing where this Viego is. But luckily, they won't be under too much threat because it looks like Brandy Fan and company do have the shove going. So it's going to be just that trade of scuttles. That's a really well-timed ward, though, from Never Outmatched. So now he recognizes there might be a dive coming. Let's see how this one goes with the Sanguine Pool. It all relies on this first stun. Does land. Never Outmatched is holding on to his flash, and it's actually going to be Viego that's going to bail out from the dive. You called it, Quacks. Troy's teleport saves his top laner.
Yeah, so Never Outmatched manages to not only get away, but he holds his flash, and the Viego loses his. So the playmaking ability of this Viego going to be stunted until that's back up. And I wonder if Evil Lobster is going to maybe look for those aggressive plays that you talked about now, Slayer, if he might look to invade this Viego, knowing he has that summoner advantage, and they're relatively even on gold.
Took a pretty big trade, though, into Cheeks. Evil Lobster is here. but it can be very hard to lock down a Vladimir, especially with Ghost, Flash, Sanguine Pool, all of that available. Cheeks is going to burn the Ghost just to create enough space, and they will trade a Summoner back out here, but it's just buying space for Never Outmatch to likely try and reset this wave.
Hang on, here comes Diego.
Oh, wow, flashes galore. They're going right on top of Branny Fan, who has Ignite over, drops the barrier and the flash, trying to create distance, but should just fall over to the Viego, grabs first blood, grabs the possession. JordanBot tried to at least trade out AD carry for AD carry, but ends up just running up the jungle. Will get the reset off, but it's a kill over the Viego, exactly how you have to start if you're Akuma pairing knives.
And then you look at the top lane here. Cheeks, off camera, had to burn his flash. He stayed in the lane, and Evil Lobster took that opportunity to be a bit more aggressive on the top side, knowing where the Viego was, knowing his position on the bot side. He pulls the trigger, makes a good cross-map play. It doesn't result in a kill, but you can already start to see that pressure from the Xin Zhao materialize in the CS difference here, Slayer. 42 to 27 in a melee versus ranged matchup. Might not be a kill, but the gold difference certainly, makes up for that and makes it feel like there definitely was a kill.
That's what's really needed, because this Viego is going to be able to really take over this bot side of the map here. Gonna, alongside Falls, look to take away some of these chickens. So we're gonna get a camp lead, likely just take this first Drake, and it looks like as we shift, further into this early phase of the game, we're gonna have a lot of top versus bottom lane control. And I'm curious how comfortable both these teams are in trading these. And Quacks, what your thoughts are if we do just see 2 Drakes traded for 6 Grubs, but we might have a dive coming before you can even break open that conversation. As Branny Fan does sniff this one out, JordanBot is far too far away to really help this, and the Dredge Line's going to land over top. The stun combos are really on par, and they're going to give the kill over to the keyboarder. So that's Branny Fan falling for a second straight time, and the kills going exactly where you want them to be if you're Omega Akuma pairing knives.
Yep, really good recognition there from Akuma. Omega, they immediately Omega Akuma, they immediately recognize, hey, this Jhin doesn't have sums. We know Evil Lobster is going to be on those grubs. We can make a play here, and it's just cross-mapping, right? That's what both of these teams have been doing all game long, Slayer, and it really, I think, isn't going to culminate for a while, but it does feel like, so far, Omega are getting the better of DropDeadGaming in these cross-map plays and just, putting more pressure on the map.
Whoa, flash forward from Never Outmatched to immediately throw down the stun. Vladimir Ultimate comes through with the Sanguine Pool as well, but the healing is not enough. One big kill of the Meek, and Never Outmatched plays right into his name.
Yeah, absolutely. He uses that advantage, knowing that both those summoners are down, knowing that even his jungler is on the top side. So if he messed that up, he would have been, able to receive some help from his Xin Zhao. And that is just going to put a bigger divide in the top lane gold difference. But while that's all happening, Slayer, the bot lane is also creating a chasm in gold, but on the other end. So I think now Evil Lobster has to think about, okay, how can I stem this? How can I sort of, stop this bleeding? How can I put a Band-Aid on this wound? How can I prevent this Varus and this Viego from taking over the game? And I think that has got to be the question on all of DropDeadGaming's minds going forward.
And it's going to be hard to do so because you still have both summoners up for the keyboarder. This Viego has flash available.
Yep.
And the cheap lethality path of this Varus is going to make him very, very potent. The power for Jhin here is there's usually a lot of safety in his matchups, but against Varus, with this Comet, with how much burst he can really bring with one powered up piercing arrow, it's going to be hard to get Branny Fan back into this game, and the woes just continue to roll as the Dredge Line Chains of Corruption combo does lock down JordanBot. The piercing arrow is enough with the auto to bring Feats of Warfare through, and a second kill over to the keyboarder. And if Branny Fan isn't safe enough, they might just dive him across as the Dredge Line lands. The barrier won't be enough. Falls will trade his life, but this Varus is on cloud 9 in game 1 for the pairing knives.
Oh, absolutely. The keyboarder is loving his life right now. 3-0, the Varus. They get the Feats of Warfare as well, as we have some jungle on jungle action.
JordanBot is here. And it looks like Zinzao able to pop the Conqueror, is going to go back in with another dash, throws down the Crescent Guard to make sure the keyboarder can do no damage.
Ooh.
The Heartbreaker used defensively with the Ignite. Jordanbot
He's in the
knows
middle
it
of
guarantees
two.
the kill, and they get Evil Lobster out. The keyboarder has a fat shutdown on him. The Deadly Flourish is going to land from distance. They get the root. Will they find the shutdown? Wind becomes lightning, is going to get it. What a swing back for DropDeadGaming.
DropDeadGaming play that bot fight to perfection, and double summoners available, be damned. But we're not done yet here, Slayer. Look at the mid lane.
Yeah, Spirit Rush used here for Ari. Spiraling Despair dropped down from Troy, and that should be enough to assuage any further play. So Troy's going to survive here, also retains the flash, and we have an even state game after all of the early woes for DropDeadGaming.
And most crucially is that shutdown on the Varus. The keyboarder goes down. The gold is given over to Evil Lobster. So this Zinzao will be able to complete his first item around the time of that Viego, who got all of these advantages, who stole away all of these camps, who really made that early game into a winning, successful condition for Omega Akuma. Now, like you said, we're kind of at an even state across the board, but still that big gap in the top lane remains.
Oh boy, Evil Lobster wants to steal back the race he lost earlier. Falls though, doesn't commit to try and punish, maybe aware that Jordanbot and Troy are nearby. So that invade doesn't really bear any fruit, but despite all of the shenanigans on the bot side, it does seem like both these teams are content trading the neutrals top and bot side, with Jordanbot up here. They should be able to set up for these 6 grubs, but Jordan makes his angle to go in, gets the crush down onto the wall. Falls has to flash over the pit, and that should just secure 6 grubs cleanly for DropDeadGaming.
Yeah, that was a confident play coming out there from Jordanbot. I mean, going into 3, he was absolutely fearless. He knew his team had his back. What results is a flash burn from the Nautilus, like you said, and complete control of this topside river. So 6 grubs for DropDeadGaming. This is an absolute miracle, I would say, for some of the ranged carries, particularly Branny Fan, who has been subjugated so many times here in game 1. Now he'll have the opportunity to get some plate gold, and you can see on that top side, that plate very close to falling.
And Jordanbot just wants all the smoke in this early game, looking for fight after fight. And they're going to bring out the curtain call after the root comes across. They're going to go on to Falls, knowing the Sanguine Pool is available there for Cheeks, and the 4th shot hits the heart of Fall. It fails as he does drop down. The turret might fall in far after. Evil Lobster does need to be careful, though. They have a teleport coming across. The keyboarder is running himself down as well. Maybe DropDeadGaming are a little bit too big for their britches at this current point. Flash over the Deadly Flourish. Cheeks really wants this kill onto Evil Lobster. Keyboarder should be able to pick it up, but Cheeks just going to grab the shutdown for himself. Really bloody early game, just continues to push out more and more tempo as Never Outmatched has himself in a 1 versus 2. Pops the Dominus, flashes forward, this time does not have enough damage to find himself a kill. Another one over to Red Side Viego as we have 11 kills in 12 minutes of game number 1.
Yup, the montage play coming out there from Never Outmatched, but it is slammed shut right as it starts by the Viego. He manages to pick that one up. So side lane kills coming across here for Omega Akuma, stemming some of that bleeding, because it really feels like DropDeadGaming over the past 5 minutes, Slayer, have been really proactive. We've seen a ton of movement come out from Jordanbot. We've seen the swap come out from top lane and bot lane. We've seen just map movement across the board, netting them those 6 grubs. So those 2 kills, it might not, result in them getting an objective or a turret or anything too massive, but I definitely think that it helps in their current predicament. As speaking of first turret.
There we go, yeah. They drop first turret. That is going to give nearly, I misspoke. We're nearly at Feats of Warfare there. DropDeadGaming need to get 1 epic monster to grab that one over. But you really pushed the point there, Quacks, that these 6 grubs are going to play such a pivotal role for DropDeadGaming to try and just continuously space the map. I'm really impressed by how Jordanbot's playing this Poppy. It's why Poppy's such a menace of a champion, especially in the support role. You could just constantly fight wherever the fight's needed on the map and be so pivotal for a team to win through that style.
Yeah, for sure. I think side laning is going to be a big win condition going forward here for DropDeadGaming, especially now with the Otacon, you know, being in the near future. The pit is spawning in the bot lane, so we're definitely going to be looking at Never Outmatched and Troy to be present on that top side to force a response out of Omega Akuma and just corral them around the map, knowing that if they don't respond, a turret will be on the chopping block.
One part of all that bot lane fighting was that the dragon timers got a little bit desynced. First dragon wasn't taken until about 10 minutes in. Yeah. The next one is still about 2-ish minutes away. It's going to be the prime point, though, here, with no grubs to really play for. Herald's a bit far away. There's no top tier 1 turret. But with those grubs, like we talked about, you can see DropDeadGaming going all out to try and get this mid tier 1. Evil Lobster does have to burn the Crescent Guard after the Chains of Corruption come down. But with the range that DropDeadGaming hold, as long as they're in a good position, they should be able to force the pairing knives off of whatever spot they're looking for. As we do see Ari burn the Spirit Rush, hits a charm, but no real kill to follow.
Yeah, they were going to be looking for a kill on the Evil Lobster, but he manages to escape. Still has a splash in tow. Crescent Guard, the only thing that was burned, but it also resulted, you know, in the Chains of Corruption being burned, in that Spirit Rush being burned. So I'm wondering, you know, while we're setting up for this top side, if maybe DropDeadGaming are going to get a little bit more audacious in these next 30 or so seconds because they realize they have an ult advantage. They also technically have a summoner's advantage as well. There's 3 flashes down on the side of Omega Akuma. And using that, I think you could definitely reclaim, you know, pressure on this top side to be able to potentially threaten this Herald. And then you get the feats of strength, Slayer, right? Like you said, there's only one objective left for DropDeadGaming to take, and this could be the one.
We'll see how much pressure they can get on this bot side with Never Outmatched, constantly looking to trade with Cheeks. But we already talked about it. Jordan bot, whenever he smells blood, no matter what lane, he's going to look for a play here. There's no Sanguine Pool available. They're just going to chain the knockups together. Cheeks didn't have a chance in the world at that one. Great job once again on the side lanes for DropDeadGaming.
And sure, they surrender control of the top side, but you can see that Dragon is coming up in about 30 seconds. You talked about the desync timer, Slayer, but it was delayed enough here, the take of the Herald, for them, you know, to threaten this bot side objective. So, you know, threatening this Herald be damned, fighting this Herald be damned. You got a kill on the bot side. You got a turret on the bot side. The Dragon is a foregone conclusion. The map play from DropDeadGaming is immaculate.
And this is exactly what has made DropDeadGaming back-to-back defending champions. Even when early game woes come, this is what championship level teams look like. They do not panic, and they commit to their style, knowing that there are other avenues to come back in these games. The fact that DropDeadGaming are already showing that resiliency in game number 1 is very potent, as they do pick up the feats of strength on the back end with that Dragon secured. They'll surrender the top tier 1 turret, but the dive does not manifest. Jordanbot does have to burn the flash, but keeps himself safe for now.
Yeah, and you could see Never Outmatched recalling will be able to join up to the top side if there is any trouble. But while that's all going on, look at the mid lane. Okay, how good is his driving skill, Slayer? Let's see it. Let's see it.
All right. Let's see how much Fast and Furious movies we've been watching, maybe how much Need for Speed we're playing. Looks like the fight is really the main prize here. Is Shelly doesn't have enough of a charge to hit the mid-tier 1 turret. A lot of ults used, and they do knock down Evil Lobster, but you called it. Never Outmatched is teleporting behind. No, that's actually... Oh, I misspoke. That's Troy that just drops the Viego off rip here. Got a 4v4 fight breaking out. Never Outmatched trying to be the frontliner on this Redacted once again, flashing all the way to the back line, and it creates enough space for the rest of his team to get to safety. Blinking health bars on both BrandyFan and Troy. It's just gotta be the Redacted, but the Croc is doing his big man Blastoise impression, holding all of the pairing knives at bay. BrandyFan gets the kill with the deadly flourish, but this Croc is unleashed.
This Croc is absolutely unleashed, and he's going to push for this team in the mid lane. They will break the last tier 1 that belongs to Omega Akuma pairing knives. And the teleport from Troy there, not only the damage coming out from the Hui, but the backup coming from the Renekton immediately when he realized that his mid laner was completely alone. He joins up without fear, knowing that his bot lane won't be able to help him, and he covers for his teammates. It buys them the space to isolate Cheeks, and they just take the fight from by storm from there. Now, we're sitting at about a 2,000 gold lead. All of those tier 1s have been taken, like we said, Slayer. The map is open for DropDeadGaming. Now they can really start to push their win con.
Good play for those neutrals. It's really hard for pairing knives to ever walk in. If DropDeadGaming are controlling the space, JordanBot maybe a little bit too far forward, but he is never audacious about going in. The Smiling Despair is going to land and drop the Viego. BrandyFan goes on a rampage, and it's not pairing knives jungle to play in anymore. It's all DropDeadGaming's as they claim another pair of kills.
Yeah, so now 6 grubs. This is what makes having the full set so powerful, Slayer, is because all of these members are down. You can play the split in the mid lane, in the bot lane. You can just decimate these towers. The damage is absolutely insane. And Omega being down members, they can do nothing about it. They have to surrender the map. And now it's going to become a lot more consequential. We're about 20 seconds away from that Otacon spawning. And Omega Akuma, it feels like they are completely outmatched here. They are just going to get wallet diffed at this point in the game. The scaling has has come online for the Jhin, for the Hui, and fights just seem like they're so pointless at this point.
Yeah, the pairing knives comp is just so single target burst reliant to start these fights, and we talked about it from draft. The power of Jhin and Hui to really just space a team and threaten a pick at any point with one deadly flourish makes it almost impossible for Omega Akuma to ever walk into a part of the river that isn't in their control. And like you mentioned, Quack, that just means that Otacon, Dragons, potentially Baron later on are going to be so difficult to ever contest.
For sure. You know, it's hard enough having to try and fight for space against champions like Hui, like Poppy, who can just slam you into a wall and completely CC you. The burst damage at this point is basically enough to where if you get hit by that audacious charge, you're just probably a dead man. So you can see how much care Omega Akuma are, walking with, because they don't want to get CC'd down. They don't want to get bursted. They know if they make a wrong move, they could be seeing a gray screen real soon.
You see some itemization choices I like in this game, specifically the Serpent's Fang for the keyboarder. There's a lot of shields to try and deal with. I guess really trying to just punish JordanBot mostly. I do see JordanBot picking up the Executioners, really making sure that Cheeks can't just heal for 800 once this Vladimir does hit, those big item breakpoints. But this is exactly what we talked about. If you're Viego, this is not your jungle to walk into. The Blast Cone gets canceled by the Poppy charge. BrandyFan goes unstoppable. NeverOutMouse just teleporting in, looking for another outplay. But they'll just take the space up and grab themselves a free Otacon with another pick for DropDeadGaming.
Yeah, Otacon, and then immediately after the dragon that spawns in 10 seconds from now, Slayer. DropDeadGaming showing why they are the ones that sit on the throne of the Immortal League, why they're the ones that wear the crown. This team is just steamrolling Omega Akuma pairing knives here in game number 1, and it's not even close.
Doing their best. What was it? 01 to 03, 2000 to 02 Lakers. They're just looking like a dynasty. That's the point I want to try and make home here is dynasty teams. It's the classic mantra. If you go for the king, you best not miss. Aim for the head for all you Infinity War fans. All of that. That is what DropDeadGaming are. And as this game rolls on, it feels like Omega Akuma pairing knives might just have to go back to the drawing board. They're really might get a catch here on Evil Lobster, who just casually walks into the keyboard recalling. Crescent Guard's going to go down, but there's more than enough damage to find this kill. 4 members of the pairing knives stack in the topside jungle to find that kill on Evil Lobster. What can he get off the back of it, though? There isn't a ton to play for. No Baron, no Dragon up, so they'll just take their pick and leave.
Yeah, I mean, Evil Lobster, probably like the embodiment of that one meme where it's like, yup, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation. Just surrounded by pairing knives, and he gets cut down. But like you said, no objective up, nothing to really play for. The gold is nice, but it's really not enough to save you at this point. You need to have a big team fight win if you are Omega Akuma and pairing knives. You need to have a big moment in these 5v5s, and just as it stands, it doesn't feel like particularly your team is tanky enough, right? Like, it feels like Never Outmatched is so durable at this point. You can't burst him down, and you cannot outlast him. You don't really have a frontliner of your own, and so as a result, you just get cut down to pieces. And really, until they can, you know, potentially look for a point until this Renekton potentially falls off, I can't see the game's trajectory changing that much, Slayer.
Yeah, I think that's an integral point you brought up there, Quacks, is we Flash had never outmatched, playing once again to his namesake, just bodying Cheeks.
Good Lord.
Nearly packs him out here. It's one big ultimate heal and a bit of distance created there that saves him. But you've got a lethality Varus, you've got a one-item Ari, a one-item Vladimir. It is impossible to punish this Renekton, and all while he's churning up damage, you've got missiles from Hui and Jin on their two-item power spikes flying through. It is just so hard to look for avenues here, but Troy might be giving over a gift here. Viego does jump on him. They have to burn the flash. Here comes the curtain call as they try and target out Falls, the low HP target. Force shot not going to find its mark. And while the Parry Knives are finding themselves good single targets to burst out, it's just not enough to convert to the kills with the gold deficit we're currently sitting at.
Yep, you can see Omega cannot burst any member down, but here they might find the opportunity!
Yeah, they get the Heartbreaker. That's massive. The Viego does get a huge reset. Smiling Despair will find the trade, but there's another Heartbreaker thrown down as Jordan Bot goes down. And now it's the Parrying Knives that might have a turn on their hands. No Crescent Guard available. No Curtain Call available for either Brady Fan or Troy. Never outmatched. Might even find himself dropping to Cheeks. The big ghost. There's the huge passive heal. Never outmatched has to turn and fight his way out. But the Eclipse gives himself the win. Never outmatched. Will not relent. But he might have to the rest of the Parrying Knives that look to chase them down. Piercing Arrow gonna find the kill, but like you called out, the Dominus pop saves him. Can Evil Lobster find the kill? No. Ari finds that one. In goes Never Outmatched, and it's just short again. Shutdown galore for Omega Akuma right when they needed it.
Yeah, they find 4 kills. Brandy Fan is the only member to survive that onslaught. Jordan Bot respawns because of how extended that trade was. And even though it's style points for Never Outmatched, Akuma Omega Parrying Knives are starting to sharpen up their blades here in the late game. 26 minutes in, they have slightly closed the gold gap between these two teams. The Baron is on the board. The Dragon is about a minute away. There are plenty of opportunities for Omega to take. It's just a matter of being able to execute on them and trying your luck in these 5v5s again.
DropDeadGaming just gave too many single target opportunities over to the Parrying Knives, and now, like you called out, the gold is narrowed, but it's really important in those items now that's coming through. You've got a Rabadon's done on Cheeks, 2 items, 3 items completed on this Varus, who might just get singled out here by Jordan Bot, who gets right back to his poppy ways, but Falls flashes over the wall to try and lock up Troy, and the keyboarder should be able to escape with his life. Troy goes down, the Viego gets the reset. They're turning their attention back over to Evil Lobster, but it's the Croc once again, just so unrelenting on this front line. There's nothing for the Parrying Knives to do to try and get through him when the dominance is up, and he might have just saved DropDeadGaming from another fight loss.
Yup, and they were saying that last fight was the exception, not the rule. The Dragon is about to come up, and Viego is nowhere to be seen, Slayer. This will put them on soul point, and it will officially put Omega Akuma on a timer if they are not able to make the distance until that soul comes up. It feels like this game is going to go from bad to worse.
Goal point secured. And like you called out, maybe the Rift calms down a bit here. DropDeadGaming could certainly afford to slow things back down. Maybe take control of the side waves, tops pushing into them, and try and set up around this Baron, because despite all the heroics of the Parrying Knives, they still are so pick-oriented. As you can see them stacking up for a death brush here. Jordan Bot's going to be the one to check it. Poppy is probably the best one to face check, but there's more than enough burst between Ari and the keyboarder, so they will drop Jordan Bot, but here is the Renekton once more. Ari goes into the stasis, gonna flash, use the Spirit Rush, try to create as much distance, but wind becomes lightning.
Ooh.
Will find you no matter where you run to. Down goes Fails as well. Huge Coal of the Meat comes across. There is the opening for DropDeadGaming to claim themselves the all-powerful purple banner.
Yup, the Baron is up. The Baron is ripe for taking. Cheeks is on the other side of the map. And Viego might just be taken out.
What has gotten into Never Outmatched? This guy smells blood every corner on the Rift, just sectioning out this Viego, following him under the turret. Turret be damned, Never Outmatched will find you.
He is living up to his name. DropDeadGaming, however, are not. This team, they don't look dead. They look as alive as ever, and they are looking to not drop a single game, I would imagine, in this series. They want to proclaim themselves as the kings yet again here in the Immortal League. They want to keep that title. And the quarterfinals, just another step in the road. Omega Akuma pairing knives, just another skip on their journey to, like you said earlier, Slayer, establishing a dynasty here in the Immortal League.
Those parries that you do worry about getting picked off here, maybe get a bit more space. Troy does have the Seeker's arm guard down, so can go into the stasis if he gets jumped on. And Brandy Fan should always be able to stay at a pretty safe distance as they set up for this siege on the top side. Remember, DropDeadGaming got 6 scrubs, and 6 scrubs with Baron means 1 fight win. The entire game is over. That might be something the pairing knives know, but there's the Spouting Despair. There's the range of the DropDeadGaming comp. Sure, the curtain call gets canceled by the Viego, but the Spouting Despair does more than enough, and these crit shots are really starting to hurt. 2 kills found, and this might just be DropDeadGaming ending game 1 in 1 swift blow.
Yep, they're splitting the map 3-2 here in the mid lane and the top lane. They are dividing and they are conquering. You can see they've broken the base in the top lane. The inhibitor going to be next up. They've got a wave pushing in mid, so it's a question of, do they want to play it safe? Do they not? Or nope, they don't.
No, they don't. It's Jordan Bond never outmatched. They are always looking for blood as they find the kill onto the Ahri. Big Sanguine Blue with Cheeks' ultimate gets a huge heal. Does actually flash out, finds the turn here. DropDeadGaming a bit on the back foot as this Viego has scaled up to pretty big proportions. No endgame found just yet, and a bit of salvation for Omega Akuma.
Yeah, absolutely. Akuma Omega, they find 2, but yet again, we kind of run into the roadblock we found ourselves last time, Slayer. There's nothing to play for. There's going to be a dragon in a little over 90 seconds, so there is potential to set up and establish control over that bot side river, but time and time again, we have seen that DropDeadGaming are so ahead in gold. They are so ahead in strength pertaining to those team fights that they can just straight up stat check them, wallet check them, and, you know, potentially check them out of a game 1. But like you said, there might be some hope. You've got those Heartbreakers available. It's got to be on the resets. It's got to be on the Viego if you are Omega Akuma.
They have an opportunity to just power up to exponential levels, breaking out the power gauges. Over 99,000 power points, whatever you want to call it, when this Infernal Soul comes up, but Route Match doesn't need it to think he can brawl with anybody. That Infernal Soul point coming up about 50 seconds, but they might have a kept onto this Viego here, and Jordan Bot knows it. He's going to flash over the wall, forces out that coveted Heartbreaker for now. Not a level 3 ultimate available just yet, so that Heartbreaker will be likely down when this Infernal Drake comes up, but if you're the pairing knives, Quacks, you don't even contest this.
Yeah, it feels like a lose-lose situation, to be honest with you, Slayer. You know, you contest and, you know, maybe you go out in a blaze of glory, but you go out nonetheless. It feels like they just have to try and hold on to the base, but maybe Viego has different ideas.
He's really trying to use that miss to find some sort of avenue to pick somebody off, but he might be the one who just absolutely gets turned on. It's never outmatched to start it. It's the curtain call to end it. And next up might be the RUS use the Spirit Rush defensively over and over again. It's the pairing knives having to use their coveted ultimates just to survive.
Yep. So they take down the jungler of Omega Akuma, Dragon on the board, and I'm a little bit surprised that they're actually just straight up sending everybody to take this dragon. It feels like it's under no threat. You could keep the pressure on in the lanes, but they want to secure this one. They want to sink their backs. They want to come back as a team and look for what is most likely going to be, Slayer, that final push here in game 1.
I'm with you, Quacks. This Jhin is likely to complete a rapid fire cannon on next reset. You got the Zanya's done for Troy. These 2 champions are just so potent with that Infernal Soul, so burst oriented, and you just really accelerate their kits by now. Going to push out these side waves and maybe look to knock down that last inhibitor turret. They could just play for the Baron, though. I do respect the player from DropDeadGaming, right? You don't want to. This game has gotten messy at points. You've given some kills over to pairing knives that have allowed them to get to some big item points on some of their scaling threats. So playing it safe here, just playing for the Baron with the Infernal Soul instead of forcing a fight to try and win the game now is smart, especially knowing that this is just game 1 of what could potentially be 5.
Yeah, for sure. This series definitely, you know, looking to go the distance. Neither team wants it to go the distance, but it definitely has that capability. And with things like Fearless being, in the parameters of these best of fives, each game just gets spicier and spicier. All of the champions you see here, not going to be available, right? So both teams going to have to adapt, going to have to thrive in different environments. But it feels like this current environment in game number 1 is just DropDeadGaming's home. It seems like this. What would be their home? To be honest with you, Slayer. Like if they had a home, a team called DropDeadGaming would be like a graveyard. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, maybe
like
the
Addams family.
Yeah, like one of those like old-timey mansions where nobody ever wants to go near it because they're afraid it's haunted, but on the inside it's actually really like old Victorian and lavish. That's what I would go with. They're about to wreck whatever house. They're about to wreck whatever house the pairing knives have, because here comes potentially our final fight here. Never outmatched is getting burst down very quickly, not able to heal a lot of it back. And Cheeks is on the back line. It's a huge ultimate, drops the E as well. That's shut down on to the Brandy fan as well. Both the Hui and Jin go over. Maybe I misspoke. It's the Adams family house that crumbles.
What on earth just happened there, Slayer? It's a 4-4-1 in favor of Omega Akuma, the team that is down like 5,000, 6,000 gold. They find their avenue, and it's off of those resets, right? We see the Viego, he gets to reset into the Renekton, he gets to wreak absolute havoc, and out of thin air, they make miracles happen. The Baron will be secured. They catch the wave on the top side. That inhibitor has now respawned, and DropDeadGaming probably just as surprised as we are.
They've bought themselves enough time here to coin flip at the most coin flippy of aspects of League of Legends ever. This Baron will last them just about enough time until Elder spawns, a reality that we never thought we'd be at, the way DropDeadGaming was commanding this game throughout most of the 35 minutes. But with these Baron waves, all inhibitors are up. DropDeadGaming really don't have a lot of avenues to punish pairing knives unless they do the NA style classic and 5-stack down mid here. They're going to look for this tier 2 turret, but they got to be really, really careful to not get flanked out.
Yeah, for sure. And now with the Baron, they're just straight up barreling it down a mid. They've got a decent amount of siege and just a decent amount of, pick potential as well. We could see Falls maybe looking to do something crazy, but he's going to restrain himself for now. This game officially on a tightrope for both of these squads. Out of nowhere, Slayer. This game, it could go Omega's way if they win one more fight.
They're really indexing into going for this inhibitor turret. They don't set up a flank just yet. Kurkall's going to come down. That turret does drop. And look at Cheeks. He takes the blast code over. He is hunting for Brandy fan. Jordan Bot does find a support trade. He goes into the stasis. The ultimate should be enough for Brandy fan to drop, but it costs Cheeks his life. So good job covering over for that Vladimir flank. Viego does take the possession onto the Poppy, and we have ourselves a pretty big 3v3. But without that Vladimir, the pairing knives don't feel confident in pushing for a fight further.
And DropDeadGaming, they're going to be the ones that are going to have to be, responding, reacting to a lot of these waves. You can see they were just dealing with those supers. And so now the inhibitors all respawned the game in a relatively neutral state. 37 minutes in, and we are dead even on gold here, Slayer. This is what peak League of Legends looks like, to quote a famous caster. And it's about to get a whole lot spicier. Elder is up in a minute, and both of these teams maxing out on any elixirs they can buy, maxing out on their builds, ready to go. The summoners are coming back up. You can see almost everybody has got that flash. Only exceptions being Brandy fan in particular not having that flash could be an avenue for Omega to attack if they want to.
Silence does not get completed for Cheeks, but that's a big focal point, right? You called it, Quacks. You never thought this Renekton would fall off, but this is why you like the Vladimir pick. If you could get him to these item breakpoints, he is a disgusting champion to deal with. The amount of AoE damage he can churn out is massive, and Cheeks has to be the one that brings these fights home if the pairing blades want this game 1 win out of nowhere.
Yep, for sure. And they're going to do it in classic NA fashion. Nayram! 40 minutes into the game, Slayer.
Okay, they have no control. Wow, on the river.
Whoa.
And the Hui damage, another scaling threat we didn't talk too much about. Chunks out the Ari to about 25% HP. Does have teleport to rejoin the fight. They do have the Scuttle Crab vision, so they know this Elder is going down, but it's going down like timber. This thing is falling in an instant. It's going to have to be a steal from this Viego, but they might just look for the fight instead here. The Elder is going to be finished up here. DropDeadGaming do have it. Jordanbot's going to drop as he tried to hold the front line at bay. Stasis drop for Troy as well. Good time Zhonya's to keep him safe. And now with the Elder, DropDeadGaming are too big to fear anyone. It's just Elder pops across the rift. The keyboarder trying to run with a flash wind becomes lightning, seals it. It was far from clean, but the two-time champions are going to come out of game one with a win.
Yup, they're breathing a bit of a sigh of relief here in game number one, Slayer. It was looking close, but they take control of the bot side river. They take control of the Elder. They win out on the fight, and they will win out on the game.
It's a win as expected for DropDeadGaming, but not the way anyone thought. That game goes about 12 to 15 minutes longer, Quacks, than either of us were expecting.
Yeah.
And the prevailing thought is, you mentioned sigh of relief, the King's Goliath limps away from this starting bout.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. And I think, you know, all-time players not necessarily proud of that first game, right? In the case of you know, Omega Akuma pairing knives, they're like, well, damn, we lost. And we had the opportunity to potentially get back in this game. We had the Baron, we had the Siege in mid, and we weren't able to follow through. And the DropDeadGaming, I mean, they were, you know, closing in on around 10,000 gold difference, you know, compared to their counterparts. And somehow that game was as close as it was. So both of these teams probably looking to prove something here in game number two. DropDeadGaming looking to, you know, find a cleaner game to take us to potentially series point right out of the swing. And in the case of Omega Akuma pairing knives, it's revenge, right? Redemption, right? Following through when you find those advantages and making sure you can destroy the Nexus the second time around.
I hope the prevailing thoughts from both camps are clear. For DropDeadGaming, it hopefully is, all right, guys, even our murkiest games, we come away with a win. That's big. Yeah. But on the other side, if you are the pairing knives, you say, guys, we were one more team fight win, maybe one Elder flip away from winning a game. We had zero business winning. We'll have to see how this slugfest of a game one evolves the rest of this series as we shift over to game number two. But you guys know it, if you're a Titan fan, that we are going to have to take a quick break first before we get there. On the other side, we'll play the always fun Kill, Marry, Kiss game with another set of skins and champions and get into that game number two draft to see if we have ourselves a DropDeadGaming run through of the first series or if the pairing knives can build off of what they nearly accomplished in game number one.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ay, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hate applying my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a day with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In a yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with the old well. Need 100 million on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best nigga. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Got 5 on it.
Appreciate all you at home sticking with us through another extended break, but we are back and getting set for game 2 between DropDeadGaming and Omega Akuma pairing knives. Sorry, I get thrown off with the four.
It's kind of a tongue twister because, like,
it is.
On one hand, you have Omega Esports, which is Omega Gaming, which is run by the ever ostentatious Ivar, but then you also have Akuma, right? You have Akuma Esports, and they have the same thing right next to each other. It's like if you had a sports team in like the NFL or something like that, and they were called like the Philadelphia Texan Eagle Boys or something like that. Just like the most disgusting combination ever. Yeah, I see your sweatshirt.
Yeah.
It's a tongue twister. I just call them Omega because, frankly, nobody ain't nobody got time for that. I don't know if that meme is still relevant or not.
Well, it'll always be relevant, man. It'll always be relevant. We've got time though to play a Titan staple game here, so let's take a look at this week's Kiss, Marry, or Kill, where I think this is the most divided we've been as a broadcast on any of these. So as always, Quacks, I'll let you start with your logic, and then I'll go with mine because we are not as divided as I thought we were originally. But still divided.
I'm gonna start out with why I'm killing Kale, because I am the only person here that has decided to put a bullet in Kale's head. The reason I am deciding to kill Kale, who wants to get with that? Kale is like this unfeeling divine being that literally would not care if you die. Like if you died and you had a funeral, Kale would not show up. In fact, she'd probably just hover above you, like completely emotionless. Why anyone would want to get near this lady is beyond me. Karma I'm marrying because Ari, on one hand, both the other options are immortal, right? Ari has lived for like a bajillion years. Kale is probably even older than that. Karma is not actually like an immortal spirit. She is a vessel for a spirit. That vessel is mortal. So you can marry Karma and have a nice life, and she won't be like a 30-year-old woman while you're like 90 crippled and have to go into the Ionian nursing home. And then Ari, I'm kissing because, I mean, look at that skin. Need I say more?
Yeah, so for me, right, like, I'm with you on the karma points. I also think Karma, like, just playing to like roll memes here, right? Like, she's a support. She'll always be supporting me. She'll be very supportive, and I think that's what you want out of a life partner most. Ari, I think, is the least trustworthy person on this entire panel. Ari is very mischievous.
She also
charming.
did kill her previous boyfriend.
Yeah, she does murder. So I'm not really trying to mess around with any of that. I don't trust Ari, so she gets the axe for me, and then I'm with you on Kale. She's gonna outlive me. And she's gonna outlive me. She's not really gonna care much about me, but maybe if I give her a smooch, she'll bestow some of her godly powers onto me, and maybe I get to live like 50 more years than I should. So that's my logic here. You can see the rest of the staff is somewhat aligned, somewhat aligned with some of our picks here. But it's always fun to play Kiss, Marry, and Kill. Shout out to Golden for, as always, bringing in those for us to have some fun with. But we're jumping right back into our title series in the Titan Esports Immortal League playoffs, game number 2. And this one is going to be really telling, Quacks, because game 1 was so mistake marred that it's time to see who can really capitalize on a draft style, execute it, and go for a clean win here. Because if we get another messy game, no matter who wins it, I think every game is just going to be up for grabs.
You know what's funny? I actually felt like the game was relatively clean up until like that 35-minute mark, right? Like those final like 7 minutes were just like absolute like solo queue debauchery. And it was absolutely insane. Definitely not something that I think either team wants to see from themselves again. So like we kind of talked about in post of game number 1, both these teams looking to clean up their act, looking for a bit of redemption from that game 1 performance. Regardless of score, I have to think neither of these teams were satisfied with how they won and or lost that game. So we are through the bans. First pick is available. That Jinx is still up. The Zin's out is still down, but maybe if DropDeadGaming, who are on the blue side again, wants Prio Jungle, they could go for like a Jarvan, but they are instead gonna slam the probably most broken AD carry in the meta right now.
Yeah, Corki is very potent, was banned away by the pairing knives in their game 1 draft. They will handshake the Ashe over, so never a bad swing, especially if you're on red side to grab up the Ashe. We all know exactly what Ashe brings to the table. Interesting to see the pairing knives wanting to be on red side after a loss. I do still feel like with where the meta is at, blue side has a lot of great B1s like we saw with the Corki, but Quacks, you gave the reaction over. The Aurora pairing, does this sort of, there are very distinct jungle pairings now that you think the pairing knives are going to have to go for, right?
Aurora really is a very bold blind coming out here from Omega. This is not a champion that you ordinarily see, you know, picked blind in the mid lane, and it does have a decent amount of pairings, but, you know, kind of switching gears. DropDead going with the Ezreal, going with the Lilia. So there's a lot of poke going into this comp, right? You've got your Swirl Seeds, you've got the Ezreal. Shout out to our other caster, Slayer, who loves this man. Corki as well with the Rockets. So it's really going to be up to Omega to build up a front line. And at the current moment, they don't have one. They have 2 marksmen as well. They don't have anyone who's going to be blocking this insane poke in the late game.
Yeah, wow. Are we going to skip over the fact that we have a Kai'Sa too? Like, this is a 4 marksman game right now.
Yeah.
There are a lot of questionable picks, in my opinion, from this draft. But, hey, we'll give the teams benefit of the doubt. Let's see what they evolve these compositions into. You've got a lot of poke on the side, like you mentioned, of DropDeadGaming. The Aurora and the Kai'Sa work well together. The Ashe, maybe this is support to try and set up. Well, it has to be a support to set up for these between worlds, for these, you know, killer instincts forward. But we get another second phase where it's just support dominated. Yeah, we'll have to see where this jungle pick goes. Nope, they're gonna go for Pantheon. The canonically short king himself will come through in the jungle. So you've got some global threat. You do have some engaged threats now, but man, is this front line hanging by a thread.
Yeah, and so the recon is actually going to be B forward away here. So very safe bot lane for DropDeadGaming. This to me points to a very aggressive top lane champion that can, you know, be a little bit more melee focused, can be kind of their frontliner. And yeah, they're going to do just that. The K'Sante, the natural answer when you need a frontliner, someone who can create the space. This is what every team around the Immortal level defaults to, and a very good pick here, but that is not a pick that a lot of people default to. 2 games in a row, Slayer. We have the spicy picks coming through here.
Yeah, I mean, Cheeks is got a very intriguing top lane champion pool, and we came into this draft talking about how we really wanted to see these teams establish a clear identity, you know, a composition style they can execute on. Omega Akuma have done not that. They have side laning. They have pick potential. They have dive threat.
But the thing
will it work all together?
The thing is, you know, you talk about pick potential. Do they? Because I feel like you look at the range of 4 out of 5 of these champions on DropDeadGaming. If Pantheon ever gets a W off or a stun off on any of these backline, you know, carry style champions on DropDeadGaming sides, they deserve to be destroyed in game, because that should never ever, in my opinion, be the case. And that's a Pantheon support in a Kai'Sa jungle. It's not a bug. We just got word from our producer. That is actually what it's going to be. This is a Kai'Sa jungle by Omega Akuma, and Slayer, I think wants to be slayed. I think wants to be slayed here off with his head so he cannot see anymore.
I hope that didn't do any crazy audio effects for you guys at home. Sorry, I'm just slamming my head into my desk is what the plan was there. All right, well, I mean, hey, listen, I'm always down to learn more about a game that has so many aspects. That let's see what the play is with this Kai'Sa jungle. I mean, Quacks, you're the jungle guy. Like, immediate reactions. What do you think the power of putting Kai'Sa in the jungle could be? I know the obvious weaknesses, but like
I've actually heard from, you know, kind of the grapevine of us junglers. We have our own private Discord channel for high elo players.
Right.
You're not invited.
Like well, I have the. It's okay. I have ginger superiority. We actually telepathically talk to each other about how we're going through.
I bet. But from what I've heard about Kai'Sa, this champion actually does clear relatively fast, right? You've got the Acathian Rain, which does a lot with the jungle pet to clear out some of those AoE camps like the Raptors and the Crooks, something that I think a lot of people would assume Kai'Sa struggles with. The Plasma is also really good for taking down those single target camps. So the clearing is not my concern. It's the ganking, right? Because I mean, you look across the board, where's the setup? Right? What is Kai'Sa going to be doing that sets her up for a kill? You've got a slow on one side, you've got a slow in mid lane, you've got Pantheon with a root, and then Ashe later with her ult, but realistically, this Ezreal is probably going to run cleanse, and they have a Rakan to be able to peel. There is not going to be many opportunities, even once this Kai'Sa gets 6, to have a ton of agency on the map, and that is by far my biggest worry going with this jungle pick.
And you know, it's always a bit worrying, especially knowing what the Lilia pick early, that you're going to allow this Lilia to kind of power farm and play pretty comfortably till level 6. So Evil Lobster's in a great spot here. We'll see how well they can protect their double marksman if you are DropDeadGaming once more, as we return to Summoner's Rift to check out some of the wildlife once more, as we get a 5-pointed start from both of these teams. But this is a classic sort of draft when you talk about the states of both of these teams. DropDeadGaming are the 2-time defending champions, very resolved in where they're at in the series, where they're at in the playoffs, knowing it's just business as usual. And when you match up against a wild card 4 seed, sometimes you get drafts like this. So the Pairing Knives think that the best way to them maybe stealing a game and potentially setting themselves up to take the series is creating chaos.
Yeah.
Boy, did they create that in draft, and we'll see if it works out on the Rift, as we potentially might have an invade here from Fails. Just gonna, yeah, they're just trying to posture, maybe get some wards down, unless Jordanbot just walks. Yeah,
nope.
He's too smart.
He's too smart for that. I mean, I guess the kind of going back to this Kai'Sa pick, the one good thing for Kai'Sa going into this game is you're not really expecting to be aggressed on, right? You look at DropDeadGaming, they don't really care about going for invades, going for aggressive plays. Lilia, like you pointed out, is one of those champions that just wants to full clear, right? Doesn't really care about invading, doesn't really care about, stopping full clears on the other side, creating chaos in the early game. So this will give Kai'Sa at least the opportunity to stack up on gold, get some items. We know what happens when marksmen have enough gold in order to be relevant in those team fights. So there certainly is a window for Omega Akuma to make use of this Kai'Sa, but I think it's pretty misplaced, right? They're looking at this Kai'Sa to be relevant in the early game. You can see that PTA generally used to be an early game skirmisher, when I really think the focus should be on that late game. Once you've got this Aurora scaled up, once you've got, this Tryndamere on sides, once you've got this... Oh, hang on.
Stole it!
We stole it!
God. Cheeks flashes, steals it, and nearly kills off Evil Lobster. If that auto had a bit more power behind it, that would have been a devastating start for DropDeadGaming. It's still pretty rough here. Evil Lobster has to recall, does not have flash, and is down a critical camp for the rest of early game.
And you could already see Fails is moving, right? He knows exactly where the Lilia is going. He knows where Evil Lobster will be going and pathing next. And we talked about the power farming. Be damned. You can see Kai'Sa is already moving with their jungler, but they're sniffed out here. That ward saw the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, Jordanbot is here, but I think Evil Lobster steps up too early. The ignites down, the heal's not enough. First blood over to the jungle Kai'Sa, and the bottom lane of DropDeadGaming has to fray out of the jungle. Chaos is what we wanted for the Pairing Knives, and boy, did they deliver.
Oh, absolutely. And now Evil Lobster, realistically, where do you go next? You could see they're walking through the mid lane, but their bot lane is just completely swept out. That ward got taken down, so it's completely dark for the Lilia on that side of the map. You could maybe look for those tier 2 Raptors and those tier 2 Krugs, but you are still level 2 as Evil Lobster, so this Lilia stunted significantly. And I will eat my words, and I will just say, I hardcaster cursed this game. I said it was going to be not a ton of action from the junglers. I am very sorry.
Apology is accepted, Quacks, because the outcome that we got was so much more entertaining. It's 1,000 gold lead already, and while that doesn't normally mean a lot, 4 minutes in, that's a huge item break point. Once this Kai'Sa gets the reset, is going to be very powerful, and now can likely continue to try and punish Evil Lobster, who really won't be as effective until that Lilting Lullaby comes up.
Yeah, and you could see Cheeks, you know, despite burning that flash earlier, is still the aggressor here in top lane. Evil Lobster is in the area, but, you know, Cheeks, he's nearing that level 6. That Undying Rage is going to be coming up in the next minute or so. So you really don't want a chance of fighting him in a wave where he could potentially tick that next level and potentially just straight up 1v2 you based off of the health bars and the levels of your mid jungle as DropDead Gaming.
Just waiting for that ult to tick over and then really looking to punish Never Outmatch. I wonder if he'll try and hard shove a wave here to get his ult first, because if he does, he's just going to run down this Cassante. Feels like only a couple waiting moments until that could really pop off.
Yeah,
His
he's doing
Cheeks
it.
continues to just trade and trade. Yeah, at this point, Never Outmatch, your turret might not be as safe as you think it is after one more wave. But going back to how rough of a start this is for Evil Lobster, Quacks, does this just make it impossible to play for any of those early objectives?
Wait, hang on.
Oh, hold on. Never Outmatch. He got his ult first, but man, these crit autos are just too much to bear. And there is the Undying Rage. Yeah, Never Outmatch.
Run away!
The turret is not your friend. Oh, God.
Well, Lilia is, and Lilia's on their way. Maybe. We'll see.
I think this is just a kill. He's going to go all out. Try and force the ult out. Does come across, and now Cheeks should try to take the kill. Good flash, though, from Never Outmatched, and once again, his namesake is ringing true, but unfortunately, his Lilia is very, very far behind. Never Outmatched is trying to at least brunt the difference, but fails, is going to find the kill. Will be traded back out. The Lilia does get it with the burn. Tons of teleports used as well. Chaos continues to reign true in this game too, man.
Yep, but it's an advantage still for Omega. Akuma, they keep their top laner alive. They realistically only lose their support, and that doesn't dent their tempo too much. You can already see the Kaisa is just on the grubs. Will get interrupted here by Jordanbot. So good roam coming out there from the Rakan, but oh, he's got a sight set on a different target.
How? Okay. I was gonna say, is this Kaisa really gonna end up 2-0 out of the early phase? Oh, the bait's here. Jordanbot is covering. Evil Lobster's here. There is the feats of warfare. A couple longswords and a recurve bow go a hell of a long way for a Kaisa jungle. Killer Instinct was used to create enough distance. Fails is here with Cheeks as well. So this Kaisa is going to likely get away with those 2 kills. Does have to burn the flash, but Evil Lobster is still level 4. There's the Between Worlds. Somehow Aurora ends up finding 2 kills. The chaos continues as Troy does get the shutdown, but it's still another win for Omega Akuma. Troy is trying to step up knowing Cheeks doesn't have Undying Rage, but he has 1 versus 3. Troy is really going to have to capitalize on this. Corki kit misses on the empowered rocket, and fails will end up being the trade. What the hell is happening, man?
I have no clue. Cheeks may be looking for an aggressive play, but he's on a ward. He doesn't have his Undying Rage. So the Corki ends up getting those 2 kills, but all of the gold is being funneled exactly where Omega wanted to be. 2-1 on the Kaisa. Has that first component complete. Is really close to getting that first item. So this champion that we said, you know, wouldn't see a ton of action in the early game, wouldn't really be able to measure up to the scaling of the poke from DropDead Gaming, is absolutely proving us wrong here, Slayer. This pick has proved to be absolutely Exodia for the side of Omega here in game 2.
Up so many camps, was able to take a grub, and the point I wanted to go back to, Quacks, like, Evil Lobster is level 5 at 8 minutes in. Do you just have to give this set of grubs and this dragon, like, and just hope that, yeah, you just have to, how long do DropDead Gaming really just have to sack playing their style until Evil Lobster can catch up? He does get the Lilting Lullaby now, so maybe I answered my question a little bit.
Yeah, I think really something that can accelerate or put this Lilia back into the game is just getting those dragons, right? Like, you're a scaling comp, take the scaling objective. You can see a lot of movement is happening from DropDead Gaming here on this bot side. They've got the Lilia taking the red buff. I mean, Jordanbot is playing bodyguard. He really wants to make sure that his jungler is able to actually play the game in his own jungle. But it's going to be hard to get that scaling objective as, ooh, hang on.
All right, that's the all-out coming across from Never Outmatched, but Slippery Aurora gets back to the turret. And here comes the Kaisa with fails. Never Outmatched immediately drops. Jordanbot should be next. Does get really slippery, able to use the flash and the jump to his ally to get to safety. But it feels like everywhere DropDead Gaming try and make a play, there's 2 or more members of the pairing knives waiting for them.
Yeah, the pairing knives first to the punch, using that Enchanted Crystal Arrow to lock down their target. They find their kill, and now they are going to just transition it into a dragon. The kill conversion ratio really starting to allow Omega Akuma to make a lot of these plays, and they just immediately find an advantage after the fact. Oh god, Cheeks, don't do it to him.
Oh boy, Troy. He's gonna get dove. Jordanbot's here though. Should cover him well. So no Tryndamere Gaming as we all expect. He's gonna be able to cover himself fine. And maybe look at the ban advantage that's come across from DropDeadGaming here. They moved never outmatched down. A Dying Rage is gonna be used, but
he's just gonna look for the kill.
Yeah, he's hoping to kill off Troy. Not really going to happen. They're going to give the shutdown over to Troy. So for DropDeadGaming, this is a 3-0, as you mentioned, for the Kaisa, Exodia, Corki.
Yeah, for sure. And especially against a comp that doesn't really have a tank. You know, you look across the board of Omega Akuma, they don't really have, you know, a centralized front line. We're talking a lot about them now in terms of praise because of how well they've been playing these first 10.5 minutes. But the team fights are something that has to be in the back of their mind. They don't have a ton of team fight agency. And I do think that once those 5v5 start to roll around, that's where DropDeadGaming not only operate best as a team, but that's where their comp operates best as a unit. So I'm really looking at them to just stall that out, right? And it does help that that dragon was taken relatively late and will give them a little bit more leeway to farm up and potentially find their groove.
I don't even know if we'll get a second set of grubs, but Troy is getting caught going forward. He has to burn the flash, fails, picks him off. That's the shutdown onto the Corki. They do get the sleep onto the Kaisa. Will be traded back out by Jordanbot and never outmatched. Arrow's going to land, though, onto Jordanbot. That's a long stun timer, and it's going to set up a kill from all the way across the map. It's the keyboarder to find a clutch kill, but in goes never outmatched, trying to use that all-out form to get a ton of value back over. There is no Tryndamere ultimate available. Good flash away from the stop down from the Lily. Though low health bars, what makes the difference? It's the Tryndamere healing. It has to be Evil Lobster, put down so early on, but he doesn't have enough in the tank to find these trade kills. It's a narrow but commanding win for Omega Akuma once more.
They briefly managed to win out on that exchange, but slowly and surely DropDead are clawing their way back in these fights, and that wasn't a good fight to begin with, Slayer. We saw the Valkyrie forward by Troy. He was dead to the wolves, completely isolated and taken down really before DropDeadGaming could even react. So even with losing their strongest member, they still managed to make that trade relatively even. A lot of gold going back onto Evil Lobster as Jordanbot is just getting ran down, but you know, 2 charges of that E and he is not going to get taken down.
Now the power of the Rakan has definitely shown up in spots for how slippery Jordanbot can be. They've allowed a scale-oriented Ezreal to kind of just power farm his way through. This Ezreal pick Quacks actually ends up really potent for how chaotic the map is because, well, Ashe and Ezreal are probably 2 of the best AD carries that you can kind of just leave in bot lane and not really ever worry about dying in a 1v1 or missing critical CS. So it plays into the game that we've been gifted by this Akuma composition.
And it really feels like there aren't a lot of fallbacks for Omega going into that late game either, right? Those grubs, which, you know, would make Tryndamere normally a very potent side lane threat, aren't really present. They only have one. We're expecting Cheeks to be on that side lane as the Tryndamere, but without that crucial objective to be able to really force a response out of DropDeadGaming, you don't have nearly as much pressure. So I do think while DropDeadGaming are getting taken down, they're denying these crucial pieces and stalling out for time, right? Fights like that, I think, really only accelerate their ability to get back in this game. And, you know, potentially they're looking for more.
Well, they're looking to go for never outmatch here. Great all-out use to create enough space. Cheeks is going to have to pop the Undying.
All right, he's angry.
He should be able to win this 1v1. Never outmatched. He's going to at least try and stall it so the trade can come across for Evil Lobster. Is going to drop the Lilting Lullaby. Does find the shutdown, but is definitely going to die on the back end of it. Picked up by the Aurora. Jordanbot just a bit too late with the quickness and the knockup composition to save his jungler. So it's another pair of picks going over to the pair knives themselves.
Yeah, I mean, really good look coming out there from Never Outmatched, but unfortunately, Undying Rage is a spell of all time, and it keeps Cheeks alive long enough for 2 kills to go into the chest of Omega Akuma. That turret, very, very low, but curiously enough, nobody on Omega is actually going to claim that. And, you know, just like you were talking about, Slayer, this Ezreal quietly power farming on the side.
First turret, though, does go down to this Aurora, so that is Feats of Strength finally secured by Omega Akuma. Another little buff that they grab for themselves. But yeah, this game is very wacky in the fact that I believe, okay, we do get the Void Grub spawning here, but Quacks, I don't know how long they're going to last before Rift Herald comes around.
Yeah, it doesn't look like any team is really committed to pulling the trigger. I think in the case of DropDeadGaming, that's really smart. They do have some wards on, the river, but they do not want to fight when they're on even footing because, despite them getting some gold back in a lot of these most recent exchanges, they are still behind. So I do like them sort of biding their time, not going for any aggressive plays. That True Shot Barrage was a good effort. I think going for this Dragon is certainly the right move going forward.
Yeah, because they're just playing into what you've been talking about. They want to scale, keep competitive so they can scale, and then they are the much more potent team fighting team. They are going to be more powerful with poke and setup. They're going to have scaled up Lilia to deal with, a scaled up Cassante. So I think you've done a really good job pointing out that while Omega Akuma have done a really smart and audacious job punishing with their unique composition, they still need to capitalize on this window as much as possible.
Yeah, and you could see just that perfectly with Cheeks, right? This Tryndamere is really trying to make himself useful on the side lanes, apply as much pressure on that top wave, and pull as many members of DropDeadGaming toward that side of the map. And you can see Omega assuming that they are responding, which they are. They're going to make a play on the bot side, but I'm more focused here.
Yeah, here we go. It's the cautious engage because you're just waiting for that undying rage to come out. There it goes for Cheeks. Now everybody needs to run away from the scary Tryndamere until that timer goes down, and luckily they're able to survive, give the kill over to Troy, but it's going to cost them on that bot side. Pip shows us that both Evil Lobster and Branny Fan drop to the might of this Kaisa Pantheon, who likely dive bombed forward.
Yeah, exactly. It's those cross-map plays we saw a lot in game number 1, but now we're seeing it again in game number 2. Omega using Cheeks as a side lane threat. They pull everybody to the top side. They overload the bot side. They get themselves 2 kills. But honestly, DropDeadGaming, I feel like that is a more worth it trade for them because now they have control over this side of the map with the Herald on it. There's not a dragon up, so there's nothing that Omega can really do with that pressure being applied on the bot side. And now they're sort of forced to play catch up, sort of forced to reset and clear out this topside river, which DropDeadGaming already had control of.
Rift Herald going to be the ire of both of these two teams as Jordanbot is looking for a play here onto the Aurora. Doesn't force out any ultimates or summoners. It's going to be really hard to hold this mid-tier 1 turret in place, but it's a good reason to have that double marksman comp, and we are getting back to the NA style early here. Who says we need to wait for Soul Dragons and Elders to dance in the mid lane? But they are just leaving Cheeks on an island, and this is the power of the Tryndamere, and you've got to respect it if you're DropDeadGaming.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tryndamere only going to get worse because, you think of Cassante, oh, he gets so tanky, but Tryndamere buys marksman items. He's going to be able to cut through that later toward the game, and he's probably going to buy Hullbreaker later down the line, I would imagine, which is going to make his solo lane escapades even more deadly. But you can see that topside river control netted DropDeadGaming a Herald. So now the kind of big question is, where are they going to put that? They can put it in mid, they can put it in top. And, oh, hang on.
Oh, they're diving, but, oh, that's a good charm knockup onto Fails. The turret does drop, uses the E passive to block a lot of damage, does have to flash himself out. Fails is safe for now, but he is on the wrong side of the creek.
He's got Grand Starfall. Yep.
And he's just going to ult himself out. All right, so tactical ult out, and that is worth it because mid-tier 1 really opens the map up and leans heavily further into Cheek's split pushing power and ability to just flank these double marksmen that you called out, Quacks. If the pairing knives are going to bring this early lead home, need to drop.
Yeah, for sure. And DropDeadGaming, they dropped that mid turret, like you said, but they do have the Herald to respond with, a potential mid turret take of their own and sort of, even out the playing field here, at least on the map, and sort of forcing Omega to potentially respond to any side lane threats that they might put on, which they are currently doing. You can see Troy and Jordanbot are just sort of farming up in the top lane, giving more resources to this Corki, and that's exactly what you want to see, right? We go to the double marksman, that's your win con, and it's going to force Omega to respond and delay them from getting some vision on this bot side river, which they will need in the next minute.
If you're the pairing knives, you need to look to try and punish any marksman that catches on the side lanes. As you can see, Fails diving in pretty audaciously. He is 5 levels down. What kind of courage is in the water for Fails? He nearly drops. They get the Lilted Lullaby onto the Aurora, but they're going after Troy. There's the killer instinct forward. Troy drops. Stuns laid on the Lilia as well. Evil Lobster is next to fall. What a turn coming across from Omega Akuma. They're going to get Jordan Bot as well. 3-0 to the Kaisa jungle-led squad.
Yeah, and Troy walks up too far. Omega Akuma capitalize off that. They take down the Corki. They immediately just destroy that Lilia, and now there is no escape for you, Brandy fan.
80 carry in 2025, by the way. Yep, I got a little too close to the Tryndamere, and he runs me down. No, that was a well punished. I'm just memeing.
You know, it's funny because I definitely know some people who are 80 carry mains who would definitely be serious when they said that, Slayer. Think about that.
Listen, man, if you are getting that close to a 2-item Tryndamere, maybe you need to play a different role. Especially
like
on
jungle.
Jungle.
Yeah, if you hate yourself and you hate everybody else, play jungle. We got cookies.
What flavor cookies are the cookies of jungle? That's I feel like that's the $1 million question.
Oatmeal raisin.
Oatmeal raisin. Okay, so you really just hate your life. Okay. All right. I feel sorry. I feel sorry for you.
Okay, they're not that bad. Like, come on. I would take
they're not.
I would take an oatmeal raisin cookie over like a sugar cookie any day of the week. Maybe I'm crazy for that.
No, I would agree with you. I actually would agree with you. We're on the same page here, Quacks. Here's the page that DropDeadGaming are on. They are now 7,000-ish gold behind the pairing knives squad. When are we coping, Quacks, for the scaling and team fighting threat of DropDeadGaming? Because the more we talk about it, the more they lose in skirmishes and across the map as the tier 2 bot lane turret drops.
Yeah, I mean, it really feels like a lot of what Omega Akuma have been able to achieve over the past 10 or so, or I would actually just say 5 or so minutes is off of the back of just DropDeadGaming getting a little too trigger happy, right? You know, Troy walking up there when he's not allowed to do so, them going into areas where they have no vision, disrespecting the Tryndamere, and it has led to them being taken down and allowed Omega to just continue taking some of these leads, but here they might try and change that.
And they got the Rift Herald. They get a ton of damage down onto this Pantheon.
Look at Cheek.
The Swirl Seed, but here's the Tryndamere. Cheeks on the back line. Has to be really careful when he uses that Undying Rage. There's the Between Worlds coming across as well. They've
he's alone.
All of DropDeadGaming, but in goes Jordan Bot. Gets a huge knockup onto the back line. Now Cheeks time to try and farm the front line, but he just can't kill off any of these priority targets. There goes Troy getting out of the fight, but somehow the killer instinct through for the Kaisa at least finds the trade. But they've given up control over this mid lane. The Swirl Seed is not going to land. It forces a Covenant flash out. They're going to knock down the mid-tier 2 turret, take Fails with them as well. It has to be this 4-0 Aurora, flashing forward to try and find a kill, but never outmatched, dashes through it, and is going to knock down the Aurora. What a swing back for DropDeadGaming.
You know, when are we going to stop coping for them, Slayer? We're never going to stop coping for them, Slayer. These guys, in a team fight, they can not be matched. DropDeadGaming. When it matters, they find the angle. They will take down not 1, but 2 turrets in the mid lane, open up the map. They're going to spend their fat paychecks, and they are going to come back to a much better game state than where they were before.
Really narrowed the gold. They got a lot of those Covenant shutdowns off, and there isn't a lot on the map to punish them for that reset timer. So finally, we get the 5v5 team fight. We talk about it time and time again, Quacks, but this is a 2-time defending champion Immortal League squad, and they continue to show their most powerful trait is their resiliency.
Absolutely, and that fight was absolutely immaculate. Coming out there from never outmatched in particular, really never letting Cheeks leave the area, saying, get over here! As boy Troy might get got, but his support is, he's a caster and he's our favorite for a reason. We love Jordan Bot and so do they.
Ash Arrow down, that's pretty pivotal. It's a huge engage tool that we talked about multiple times because as cool as the Tryndamere flying in is, the Pantheon, they can't just run at them or they'll lose fights like we saw the last time round. And without that key engage tool, you can see DropDeadGaming trying to take complete control of this top river because Baron Nashor is up in 30 seconds. But don't forget about the mid wave, guys.
And don't forget about the bot wave. I mean, look at Cheeks, you know, sort of just farming away on that side lane. The Tryndamere up to his usual shenanigans, but now we're approaching 3 items on this Cassante. He's really starting to be tanky, and Cheeks, until he gets that completed armor pen item, which he just got, I really don't think we'll be able to really leave a dent in the hero of Nazuma. And now that the Baron has spawned, like you said it, Woodslayer, all eyes are on that top side.
Teleports available for Never Outmatched, and this is a really fun push and pull that I love when we get split push champions in here. It's when can Never Outmatched actually find a window to teleport? And the second question becomes, how much are you willing to sacrifice DropDeadGaming to get a fight win or just Baron in general? Because I think the minimum price to pay is an inhibitor turn at this point.
Yeah, it feels like the game is a lot less consequential here for DropDeadGaming. I mean, obviously, giving away the soul point is not ever a good feeling, but I feel like this comp is still scaling. You know, you've got Troy and Brandyfan really close to those 3 items. Once they hit them, I feel like the fight will honestly be in DDG's favor to win. So it's not necessarily their time to force something. They have to just try and let the game come to them, like what we saw in that most recent mid-fight.
Yeah, the Moramana spikes are there. The Lilia has 2 items, and that stasis. Everyone loves the Zanya's lilting lullabies. I'm with you,
Vika
Glax.
too. Vika especially, right?
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. You can't take pot shots at our region. No, that was funny. That was funny. All right. We don't have time to really marvel on that little tidbit because that was the most audacious Baron try I've seen in a while.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Baron Knights have to come out as they don't have a true tank, so taking Baron can be very, very risky, just like Cheeks' turret dive could be risky. There is the Undying Rage. Start the 5-second timer. Flashes Glory. Troy really wants to survive, and the knock-up on the Dotofo strikes is just enough. The raid boss is down once more.
Yep, they managed to take down the raid boss. Cheeks is gone for another 40 seconds. That dragon looking awfully spicy, but it's just 2 members, and they're about to be collapsed on.
And Ash Arrow going to go wide here. Dragon going to be secured by the Kaisa. So they get to the Chemtech Soul Point. Just steal that one right away from under Evil Lobster's nose. They do surrender a lot of control over the mid-wave, and they still don't have Cheeks available. DropDeadGaming potentially have a window to Baron, but the waves just aren't there for them.
Yeah, I mean, you know, after you get that kill onto Cheeks, it felt like they really just wanted to get on toward that dragon, but they didn't have to force it, and they did, and as a result, Omega managed to get that one as Troy doesn't... Oh, man, he narrowly misses out on that kill, but like you said, the Baron is still up, and you can already see both teams... Not only is the Baron up, but the Otacon is also has the terrain changes around that area, so you will be able to work with a lot more space.
A lot of space in the Baron pit. Here we go, DropDeadGaming thinking they still have that window, forcing it. Grand Starfall available for Fails, who is still in the base. This coin flip can be very, very deadly.
Oh boy!
But it was a little bit too early. They called the bluff and they knocked down the Aurora. Sleep gonna land on the Kaisa in the background, who's trying to get as much value on that Kathy rate as possible.
Ooh.
Down goes the Lilia though. Jungler dropped. The marksmen are separated. They never outscaled. Cannot keep the front line at bay. It has to be the two marksmen. It's marksman v marksman. 4 versus 4. And everyone's going to walk away from this Baron, but it's a win for the pairing knives. They stall out the Baron take.
Yup, they prevent it from being taken, and they win out on the kills as well. Really crucial fight there coming out from the Kaisa, showing its value in that exchange. And now, as the resets are complete, they're just going to march right onto the Nashor. Control has been shaky for the past 5 or so minutes here, Slayer, but Omega Akuma are looking to reclaim that. Baron, Dragon Soul, all the cards are in their favor, and DDG, they better have an ace up their sleeve.
Aurora respawns just in time, so it's 4 members with that Baron. -1, Brandy fan, I saw you on that one. And yeah, I think this is just such a hard game for DropDeadGaming to play through, because they're going to have to deal with Baron waves, and Baron is going to drop off just in time for this Chemtech Soul. So you're not going to have Prio in any of your lanes, and
Yeah.
you ultimately have to answer this Dragon. DropDead Gaming might have to gamble the entire game state on one fight at the Drake Pit.
You can see they're trying, right? I mean, they're grouping up in mid. They're maybe looking for an angle. They've got a decent amount of lockdown just with JordanBot and Evil Lobster alone. That Lilting Lullaby can be so good for looking at picks at this point in the game because death timers are so long. You can make such good use of that 4v5 angle if you're either team. So, you know, committing an ultimate for just one kill at this point is worth it. But those angles are so hard to find because Omega are just constantly darkening the map, taking more control, and forcing DDG back.
They're going for Cheeks again. It's a 3v1 on the bot side. They will lose a tier 2 on the top side. Cheeks should fall, has the Undying Rage pop. The question is, can he trade himself out? No, but this kill onto the Tryndamere is going to be pretty costly. Inhibitor turret goes down the mid lane. Fail's going to go in. Oh, the Evil Lobster does not get to pop the stasis. First, the plasma stacks come across. The Lilia is down. Chemtech Soul not going to come up in time for that one, but never outmatched. May look for an angle in. They're trying to use their marksman to poke down these health bars, but everybody's going to calm back down and try and reset tempo.
Yep, they're just going to try and clear out the waves as well. You can see Troy roaming down a bot lane there. And like you said, these wave states are super duper important. Omega have broken the base in the mid lane, so it's going to be up to Brandyfan. It's going to be up to Troy to put that mid wave in a neutral state where they can rotate down toward the river. And they actually have a decent amount of control in the river. I mean, you look at the wards, and there's a lot of blue down there, not just counting the water, that will allow DDG to be relatively safe around that area. They can see the flanks that Fails is potentially looking for, and sniff it out. So there's a lot more control riding here for DDG than I think we are, you know, kind of highlighting. And it does lead to this fight being potentially more even than what we're saying.
Yeah, I'm with you because they have top wave pushing in their favor. They get the mid waves in as well. They haven't lost an inhibitor, which is really critical to at least being able to contest this Dragon. They do have a lot of flashes still down. Troy's going to get his up in time for this fight, but you're not going to have it on Brandyfan. You're not going to have it on JordanBot. And the Summoners are pretty potent on the other side. Only the flash off of this Kaisa, who continues to just lean into these Void Seekers. The Zanya's completed. The poke potential of this Kaisa is apparent. But here we go. The Dragon may not be the prize because we're already starting a fight on a JordanBot. That's Ignite out of the Pantheon and control back over to DropDead Gaming of the River. Ooh, that's Ash Arrow.
Yep, that Ash Arrow went on, and are we starting the fight? Nope, it doesn't look like we are. You can see Kaisa wants an angle into that bot side river, but, you know, while we're paying attention to this bot side, look at the top side, right? Pay attention to that TP from Never Outmatch. If he teleports, this Tryndamere will have a field day, so it's a 4-on-4.
They're trying to just burn through the Dragon with Evil Lobster, but it's going to cost them their marksman on the back end.
Hey, they got it.
Keep the Chemtech Soul away, but Troy's very low. Fails gets turned on, though. It's the JordanBot step up alongside Brandyfan. The Ezreal is singing true. Is it going to be enough into the Kaisa? He flashes for space. Brandyfan waiting for his arcane shift to come back up. Doesn't hit the Mystic Shot. The Kaisa still survives. And here comes Cheeks running in with the Ghost. Has the ultimate, has the flash, and he's going to slam home Brandyfan. One Mystic Shot might have changed the game, but it's still Omega Akuma ahead in the bout.
The Dragon is taken, though. DropDead Gaming, I'm making the mistake as well here, Slayer. DropDead Gaming, they delayed the Chemtech Soul, but now they're in a 3v2 situation. The base is open. The inhibitor is exposed.
They got the Undying Rage out of Cheeks, though, so he can't go full crazy. Tons of Summoners ultimates down, so the inhibitor to stave off the game. DropDead Gaming survive another close bout. But these fights are just going to stay as even as possible. Cheeks gets his back canceled. Should actually be able to dash himself out to safety. So we're just going to gear up for another fight here. Baron in a minute 20. That could be the next game-deciding fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And no one really has established control over this top side. You can see both teams are grouping up around the area to try and set down wards, clear out vision, and just establish a foothold on this part of the map. But like you mentioned earlier, that inhibitor being taken really swings the pendulum, really swings the pressure meter in favor of Omega Akuma, because they can just use this beefed up wave in order to get that priority, in order to get that pressure on the top side. And so DropDead Gaming, it's going to be up to them to just walk in as 5. But the best parts of this team are when they are team fighting. So if I have any hope for this team to claw this game back from a 6,000 gold deficit, Slayer, it's in those 5v5s that I have faith.
And that goal deficit's been bigger at different points in this game when it was
has.
even more critical. But you always have to keep an eye on the map because Cheeks is going to look to try and backdoor at this point and win the game if there is enough of a stall out on this fight. The poke wars are beginning to be waged with this nearly full build Kaisa. And we'll see who can get control of this Baron pit, but keep your eye on Cheeks and keep your eye on this Kaisa who flies in with the killer instinct. The Asher lands onto the Ezreal. They got Brandy Fan down. Jordanbot tries to go in to find a knockup, but fails to knock Evil Lobster down. They don't need the Baron. Omega Akuma might just be able to run down mid lane and shock the Immortal League.
And Troy, he's not going to be able to back in time even if he gets the kill. He can't save the game. The waves are pushing in mid.
Stasis. He's just buying time like you called out, Quacks. It doesn't matter. Troy may get the kill, but it's a fleeting hope the Nexus turrets are dropping. This series is evened up 1 apiece. Kaisa Jungle is undefeated in the Titan Immortal League.
14, 2, and 10. Doubters be damn. Skeptics be silent. This pick, we were questioning its value, but that question has been answered. This jungle pick, wow, Slayer, that's all I can say.
I mean, there is not much more to say. We have been silenced. The doubters have been silenced. We have learned new tech about League of Legends, and Omega Akuma pairing knives have accomplished their anarchist goal in leveling this series, and that is a single game etched into the history books that people will be talking about for many Immortal splits past this one.
Yeah, I mean, this was an absolutely insane game and a trailer of likely what is to come. I mean, we looked at game number 1. It was back and forth in the late game. This game was back and forth everywhere, right? The entire time we were holding on to that thought in the back of our minds. All right, DropDeadGaming, this comp scales. And it's DropDeadGaming, for Christ's sake. This is a team that doesn't lose. They're not used to it. It's not in their blood. It's not in their game plan. And they tried so many different avenues, so many different tactics. Some succeeded, some didn't. But at the end of the day, you can't predict something like a Kaisa jungle. You can't prepare for it if you don't even know how it works. We didn't know how it worked. And I think that's part of the reason why we are so shocked that it was so damn effective in game 2.
We've now entered the classic best of 3 spot, but with the added caveat that Fearless has knocked out 20 whole champions. It is the 5th single game loss of DropDeadGaming's split here in winter, but it is maybe the momentum that Omega Akuma can use to completely level the playoff picture. Still have to go a couple more games to find ourselves a winner. We're going to go to a much needed break after the chaos that was game 2 and see what DropDeadGaming can draw up on the old playbook to find themselves a win after the shocking loss. We'll see you guys on the other side of intermission. Back in action here live on Tidy Sports Twitch channel as we are covering the Immortal League's playoffs beginning. And boy, did they start with a bang. We had a game one that was topsy-turvy, and then a game two that was flipped on its head. Complete reversal of expectations, anything. So we're even up in the series here. Despite how slowly we've gotten through these drafts, we are finally set to go to the first rubber match of potentially the night here. Game number 3. And Quacks, I mean, where do we even go to game draft wise? The prevailing thought here to remember is just that I need to stop doing that. I'm so sorry, DropDeadGaming. It's been a long day for me.
There's too many orgs, man. Everyone got born during COVID. Yes.
DropDeadGaming came into this series having lost 4 entire matches. How confident are you feeling in the 2-time champs to bounce back in this game 3?
I actually think that, when we talk about a lot of these series in the context of Fearless, Game 2 didn't really affect it all that much because we saw just some of the most crazy champions ever, right? Like Kai'Sa we don't normally see, Tryndamere we don't normally see, Lilia is a bit more on the uncommon side as well, but where it did get attacked was in that marksman pool. Kai'Sa, Ashe, Corki, Ezreal, all taken off the board, and we've seen a lot of focus on the AD carries in those bans. So I think from here on out, both of these teams are thinking, we don't have a lot of marksmen left. So we got to make sure we leave as many of those as open as possible going forward, because based off of what we've seen here, Slayer, this series certainly could go the distance and really limit those champ pools in the AD carry role further.
Yeah, well, there's the first AD carry ban of this game 3. Called it out. Both teams were kind of skittish to take away a ton of them. So Caitlyn remains the only AD carry ban. DropDeadGaming, who are on the blue side for the 3rd game in a row, by the way. Do you just B1 and AD carry here because there's so few of them?
I think you could, or you could be one a top laner. I was thinking something like the Ambessa, because that champion is still really strong, but the Gwen, I think, not only is a strong top laner, but a super strong jungler. I have my grievances with this champion in jungle on lock, Slayer. This champion is one of my bans that I sort of cycle around for, so that flex potential is still very up and available here for DropDeadGaming. Tangentially, when we look on the other side, though, double marksman again, Kindred and Tristana, and that Tristana has the ability to be flexed in the mid lane or the bot lane, so both of these teams leaving their options open.
Wow, this is a call from the Pairing Knives, is just taking away as many marksmen as they can early in this series. Maybe we'll see them get even more crafty with their drafts later on, knowing that. Kalista is going to be, the lock-in for Brandy Fan. They're going to get the Wukong, which already sends the Gwen top.
Yes. So that means we are you could interchange them, I think, right? Like Wukong could go top lane, Wukong could go jungle, Gwen can do the same thing. So there is still obviously flexibility. And based off of what we saw last game, Slayer, I'm not leaving any, secret strat open to, not being explored here, as Akali is going to be Omega Akuma's 3rd pick here. So blind, I actually think that if you ban the right champions, this pick can serve as a really aggressive pick, right? You do have to be careful, though, of some of those champions that can kind of negate the Akali. Galio is one such example, so I like that they take that one away. But there are still plenty of mid laners here for DropDeadGaming to pair on up with. There are a lot of good ultimates on the side of Omega Akuma, so Sylas could be an answer. And as I say that, it gets banned.
Take it away right there on the call. Galio ban Pig into the Kali like you called out. Renata ban is intriguing. I wonder if Omega Akuma are going to try and pick a bunch of forward engage, and then they pick up Braum, which is the opposite. So Braum can be punished pretty well by Renata, but intriguing ban nonetheless here. As if you're DropDeadGaming, where do you really go? The Swain lock-in for the mid lane. So where do you go with support here for Jordan Bot?
I mean, I still really like the Rel. I think the Alistar could also be of relatively good service, but we're taking all of that disengage off the table. We are going full throttle as DropDeadGaming, and it's going to be the Elise. So a lot of engage, a lot of aggression, a lot of proactivity necessary here for DDG in order for them to make use of this comp. I definitely look at this bot lane and think, okay, these guys kind of on a timer to establish dominance in the early game. So I'm looking at Evil Lobster, I'm looking at Troy, I'm looking at Jordan Bot to really control the space around that bot lane and make it super difficult for this Kindred to play the game, this, Tristana to play the game. If you can shut down that double marksman comp, you will leave yourself in a much better position than where you found yourself in game 2 when you were also facing 2 marksmen.
I like the gumption this comp has for DropDeadGaming. It's at least through the bottom lane saying, hey, we know we're the better team. We are going to try and just punch you in the mouth, because the last couple of bottom lane compositions have played, Ezreal's safe. He likes to be weak. He can be weak side. He can scale. They're playing a similar style the game prior. This time, they are going for the throat. They are not going to let early game get chaotic and punish them enough. They are going to try and win through bottom lane and allow their solo lanes to scale infinitely behind it.
And I like this, kind of pivot in DDG's strategy a lot. From what we saw in games 1 and 2, a lot of the thought process seemed to be, play around this top side, right? Get Evil Lobster, Troy, and never outmatched ahead, because we saw what happens when they are ahead in lane phase. They can really take and propel the game forward. This time around, they're switching up their strategy. They're giving Brandyfan the ball and hoping that he delivers a slam dunk. And I think on a champion like Kalista, it's really got to all be about that positioning. So that is the number one thing that I am looking at for this Kalista to have, especially when you're going against champions that, if you aren't careful, can just easily burst you down. So I think that it is really wise to put the ball in the Kalista's hands. It's just a matter of how they execute around that, in my mind.
How will they execute indeed? A Kali top, a Azir mid. I got to applaud Omega Akuma, right? Like, to be this unique in draft capabilities is a really big asset. And as much as we've hyped up DropDeadGaming as the 2-time champs, near unstoppable team in a lot of Immortal splits, this is the type of, uniqueness you look for, Quacks, from those Cinderella story teams. And we always look for one every playoffs, no matter what sort of split level of league you're looking for. They've already found our darling pretty early on if they continue to perform with these types of drafts.
And what's funny? Even if the Kalista doesn't end up, doing super well in the laning phase, they are against a comp that I actually think really complements a lot of Kalista's strengths, right? Getting engaged on is what Kalista likes to happen, but that also is true of the Swain, which I think was a really good pick going into game 3 here. I feel like not enough people talk about this champion. I think Swain is easily one of the best champions in the game, not just in its flexibility, but how unstoppable it feels in the late game. Even if it isn't drip-fed resources throughout, the first 14 minutes, it can always make itself relevant toward those team fights with that ultimate. As we are on the Rift in game 3, and everyone say hello to my brother, the Duck in the River.
The Duck in the River. Another 5-point start across the Rift here, at least in the beginning. We've seen some late invades coming across from the Paring Knives side, but they're not going to opt towards it. I like it because it's a pretty decent level 1, especially on this bot side for DropDeadGaming to kind of walk into. Yeah, and I do spot Evil Lobster going for this likely top to bot clear. It's what you want to do. Early on, got to index as much as you can into getting Brandyfan ahead and Jordan Bot causing as much chaos for this Tristana.
Yeah, and kind of taking a little bit of a trip away from bot lane real quick. Look at the top lane sums. Look at never outmatched what he's taking along with that TP. That is an exhaust. And
wow.
An interesting choice, but I definitely think that exhaust was really vital this game, right? You're going against double marksman, and you're going against a 0 with lethal tempo. You need that ability to slow them down, as already we're just getting right into the action.
Yeah, man, that's a fully stacked bomb coming across to allow the keyboarder to maybe hop forward if he wanted to, but they did allow Brandy Fan to stack up a ton on that lethal tempo. That's flash out of Jordan Bot, traded for the exhaust of fails.
Yep.
Luckily for the Elise, flash is not really that critical of a summoner spell, at least for the engaged aspect of this champion.
You also will have repel, right? So you'll be able to stall out those fights and give Brandy Fan the ability to free hit if you're, focused down. As yeah, I mean, they did a lot of damage in the first trade, but Brandy Fan and Jordan Bot, they can return it right back. We're expecting this bot lane to be bloody in this early game, but I do think a lot of that late game onus will be on the solo laners. But we aren't going to be paying attention to them for, I would imagine, quite a while.
Nope, we are going to be bot-centric as possible, but also keep an eye on this Kindred. If he can get, we'll see if they get the coin flip on the Scuttle to get that first stack. They are clearing on the opposite side, so this is a straight-up League of Legends gamble. Like, Evil Lobster will not be able to match if the mark ends up on that top side. That's always a good start for this Kindred. And while there might be a lot of attention towards this bot side, if there isn't a ton of success, that just means that the Kindred gets to power farm, scale up, and be another one of those later game threats like you're talking about. But top side, it's just the cheeks diff. Through the exhaust, it was just a bit too late, uses the ignite, gets first blood, and is going to be able to TP right back to lane to continue dominating.
Yeah, the Hallow Mist wasn't enough in order to keep that follow-up from the Akali from just getting down on top of this Gwen and destroying her. So it's going to be a first blood on the top side, but look at the wave. It's slow pushing in, and now we can see the Kindred has made its way to the top side. So this could be a bad situation turned worse, Slayer.
Oh, there's no sums. Yeah, this is never outmatched. He's just done. This isn't going to be a mark over for this Kindred, but it's going to be another kill over to a hyper-scaling threat that is on Omega Akuma. The perfect start again. This team continues to dominate early games against the two-time champs.
And that's even better, actually, for the Kindred, because they put the mark on to never outmatch, so it ended up applying. So even though you missed the mark on the bot side, you still get one after your first full clear. So that's really good for Kindred, as the action doesn't stop.
So the big shield here for Fails buys enough space to survive, and those Braum stacks on the concussive blows is enough, but the bottom lane for DropDeadGaming can't find an answer to the woes of the top side just yet.
Yeah, this top side really in a bad position here for never outmatched. You can see the wave is just, it's in such a tragic spot. Evil Lobster has to sack his tempo on second respawn camps in order to help out his top laner, and that is really never good, especially when you are playing against a champion like Kindred, who can very easily, with all the mobility that it has, just take away your Raptors. So that advantage in CS could come through, and you could potentially get split from the bot lane, which could really, if that happens, if this game goes vertical and DropDeadGaming are forced to play on that top side, full mute for me. That would be I can't even lie. That would be a full mute angle. I would be very, very sad and might rethink my life choices, but hopefully it doesn't get that bad.
Here's the thing though, Quacks. We're very early into game 3, but how much are you starting to amp up the panic meter for DropDeadGaming, right? Like, this is a team that dropped one series in the regular season. They've lost 5 single games now total, but have been utterly dominating in the playoffs the last 2 splits of Immortal League. Rarely ever on, elimination point as we go back live. Is this early game starting to ramp up the panic meter, especially if the pairing knives are hopping in to try and find these kills, but it's the keyboarder that falls way too quickly. Dies in the first blow. They are going to find the trade with the Kindred, though, gets the Feat of Warfare, and Jordan Bot is up creek with no paddle right now. That's going to be a kill given over to the Azir. The carries of Omega Akuma all have gold influence as they look to try and take match point.
Yep, and exactly like you just said, Slayer, the gold is where they want it. That Kindred gets a kill, that Azir gets spoon-fed a kill. Now all the camps are going to be coming up here for Kindred, so he'll be able to path top, potentially influence that top lane again, which is still in such a tragic position. Evil Lobster managed to, sort of alleviate some of that stress, some of that pain, but the pain is still there, as we are going to get a replay here. And I like the keyboarder understanding his assignment here. He jumps in, I think very well knowing that he's going to get taken out, but realizing that his sacrifice isn't in vain. You can see the Kindred is right there, has the ability, picks up 2 kills for their team. And it's definitely the keyboarder in that chat typing worth in the all chat.
My fellow marksman is further ahead than you could ever conceive. Yep, that's exactly the goal accomplished, and that's the kind of teamwork that you want to see from the upset potential that is instilling into this game with the 1,000 gold lead available for the pairing knives. Dragon does go over to DropDeadGaming, but will be quickly answered by this Kindred, who should be able to secure 3 grubs without any worry. So if you're Omega Akuma, trading objectives with this lead feels pretty nice, at least in the first turn.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, especially when you've got a champion like the Tristana, who is so good at sieging in all phases of the game. Just having even 3 grubs can be really game-changing, I feel, and not a good sign here for DropDeadGaming. They're certainly going to have to put a lot more respect on the Tristana push from here on out, even if they manage to get the next spawn of grubs and deny that. But speaking of denial,
Nile is a river in Egypt. This is just chaos at the bot side right now. As in comes the Azir with the flash double Shuriman shuffle. The keyboarder gets the first kill. Brainy Fan finds the trade, but it's another win for the 4th seed Omega Akuma squad.
Omega Akuma are just destroying the map and tearing it asunder here in game number 3, 7.5 minutes in, and the roams, particularly from this Azir, are immaculate. They get the Kindred to cover for that mid wave as well. The rotations, I cannot stress this enough, Slayer, have been absolutely perfect, and DropDeadGaming seem lost on what to respond to. You can see that Evil Lobster is on the top side, but it's just, again, to help his top laner push up this wave without getting killed.
And you talked about it when we went into the pause. Having to sack this many resources on the Wukong just feels really, really rough into a Kindred that in this phase of the game...
There's a mark on the bot side. Look.
Yeah, there's a mark on the bot side. This is the phase of the game where you need to be punishing the Kindred.
Yeah. Absolutely, and punishing the Kindred just got a whole lot harder. That Lamb's Respite is up and available, right? The ability to just stall out a lot of these exchanges. It's going to make it a lot more difficult to take down the jungler of Omega Akuma.
Troy gets a good double snare. Will be safe, has enough health. Doesn't actually have to pop flash or that demonic ascension. Here comes Jordan bot in from the side, maybe looking for a big cocoon. Goes wide. Both marksmen going to stay safe as the aggression continues from Omega Akuma.
Yep, and we can see kind of just the keyboarder rotating up in the mid lane. Azir going to make his home in the bot lane as well. So not necessarily over-forcing, everyone to get back to their lanes, just allowing these carries to get their farm. And I think in the case of the keyboarder, it's actually a lot better that you put this Tristana in the mid lane, right? It has been punished more so than a lot of its teammates, and putting it in a 1v2 scenario where it is less susceptible to getting engaged on by things like the Kalista and the Elise will allow it to, slowly crawl back in this game in terms of relevancy, which they will need later on in this game if they want to unlock that double marksman comp's full potential.
Wax, the funniest part about this Omega Akuma comp is that they have 3 champions that can reliably just catch mid waves. Tristana, Akali, and Azir. As we have the Death Brush jumping onto Fail. Cyclone use. That's a good Emperor's Divide, though. And Fail survives.
That is insane. He manages to get out there. They were setting up in that bush, but now Kindred might be in trouble.
Has the Lamb's Respite. Jordan bot is like 1 HP, and the keyboarder's going to find the kill as the ultimate does come out. Oh, the repel really well used by Jordan bot. They get the Kindred to safety, but the keyboarder finds the kill. Now he's on the flank, but he doesn't want to be that frontliner on the marksman. They'll just take another kill, more gold into the pocket as they continue to try and make history in the Immortal League.
And DropDeadGaming, they're looking for anything at this point. They're looking for an aggressive play. They're looking to death push. They're looking to try and get a pick, but they aren't able to find these advantages, Slayer. Omega Akuma are surviving by the skin of their teeth, and better yet, they're the ones that get a kill in that exchange. It is another takedown here for the keyboarder, who is now, relatively even in gold to Branny Fan, who is getting all of those resources in the first 5 minutes.
That's a needle work out here from Never Outmatched as Cheeks is going for the solo bolo.
Ooh.
Doesn't even need the perfect execution. He's going to use it to get to safety.
Oh,
Jordan
no.
Bot may cut down the angle with the repel, but doesn't have the ignite. He can't go to find the trade kill. I think the DDG top laner may finally be outmatched.
Yeah, never outmatched. This has been such a rough game for the Gwen. It is just getting pummeled and bullied and battered in the laning phase. And now Jordan Bot is trying to hold the top wave. But the presence that Omega Akuma are showing here on this side of the map, they don't have the Lamb's Respite, but they're first to the river, they're first to the Grubs. If they can just take one, they could deny the feat.
Might see a fight here on the top side, 2v2, both supports and top laners, but it's first DropDeadGaming that have the move here with Evil Lobster. Doesn't have the Cyclone, though, and that really limits how much threat this Wukong truly holds, so...
Look at Cheeks on the side, though.
Cheeks. Looks like they're just going to try and reconvene around these Grubs, maybe see if they can take more than one. They do already have 4, though. So Omega Akuma really don't need to fight for more, though. Maybe they'll just go for a pick on a Branny fan here as he face checks Cheeks, who does not have his ultimate. Barrier comes out, but there's the kill as Cheeks goes on a rampage. Jordan gets a huge cocoon, though, to find that trade. Lamb's Respite not available. This should be the Kindred going down as well. Big influence of gold over to Troy.
Yeah, absolutely. Troy getting that shutdown. It was Omega Akuma just really wanting to get that kill onto Brandyfan, not respecting the summoners that the Tristana had, and they both go down. They find 2 kills in response, but they give up control of the map temporarily, and this, temporary stay will allow Evil Lobster to, at the very least, threaten the dragon and get some presence on that bot side river.
Getting that dragon stacking going could be really pivotal for DropDeadGaming, because the reality now, as we cruise into the mid game, is the potent bottom lane is only going to get harder and harder to play through here, right? The power of Elise, it's such a double-edged sword. On one hand, oppressive in lane, great at dives, but once you get to late game, this champion can feel really, really punishing to even try and interact with.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like that can be the motto, the slogan almost for the entire comp of Omega Akuma pairing knives is once they get items, once they scale up, they are, you don't want to interact with them. DNI on the Twitter bio for all of these members here on the red side. But the Dragon, I like the aggressive look coming out here from DropDeadGaming. They are really putting pressure on this bot lane, just trying to get plates while they're still up. They drop in about 30 seconds, and this will net them, their second Dragon. So they're starting to stack those up. This, according to DPM on Twitter, this has a 54% win rate, Slayer. So, stats don't lie. Maybe we'll see them, pull this game back. They certainly are going to need a miracle, though, just based off of looking at this kill score.
Stats don't lie, but casters certainly do. Just see how we reacted to the Kaisa jungle from last game that ended up winning. So I'm glad you're pulling out the stats nonetheless. Mountain Soul is also huge to get if you're DropDeadGaming leaning into this sort of super sustained composition, but mid lane has its action flying. Good sidestep on the keyboarder from the cocoon. The Lamb's Respite barely fails, and Jordan Bot does not get in it. So it's actually the enemy support, DropDeadGaming's, that's falling when fails felt like the easy kill.
Yeah, I mean, Kindred saving the day yet again. It's a 1-for-0. And this temporary numbers advantage, you can see Omega Akuma really want to get this red buff mark. I believe this will be 4, which is a really big number for the Kindred, but they're not going to chance it yet. After all, there is a lot of gold riding on these carries that they do not want to give away.
At the very least, they do use the threat of that red buff take to get first turret down. So that, I believe, gives feats of strength. Oh, I see the boot upgrade. So just another big stat check coming across for the pairing knives.
Yeah, absolutely. And the feats certainly going to be a nice bump in power, but I'm really looking at those 4 grubs, right? We touched on it a little bit when we talked about the first encampment of grubs being taken by Omega Akuma, but man, this Tristana, this Azir are going to absolutely love having 4 grubs, and Cheeks might love this solo kill.
Oh, the perfect execution! The turret shot falls just short. Great job waiting for the exhaust to tick down and then going for the killer blow. Oh, don't mess with that cannon minion though, Cheeks. My lord.
Yeah, that would not have been pretty if that ended up going 1-for-1, but It doesn't. It's 5-1 now here as the keyboarder really wants this turret.
He's going to get it, and maybe they'll get Jordan Bot as a secondary prize as well.
Got nowhere to go.
Is here. Tempered Fate's available, but they'll just use the Repel to stick themselves out. Now the Evil Lobster and Troy running down mid lane. Maybe they'll look to pick off Fails. Puts up the big shield. Does use a Glacial Fissure defensively. Lamb's Respite is not available, but that's a great buster shot from the keyboarder to save his trusty support.
Yeah, really, really good disengage coming out there from the Tristana. A few key ultimates particularly used there by DropDeadGaming. They did use the Swain ultimate, so they could use that to, you know, that not being up to set up for the
Troy.
Herald, but they're just looking for a kill.
Yep, he's going to keep his deathless streak up here, but has to burn the flash, so Swain could be a potential target, especially with that ultimate down.
Yeah, for sure. Swain, no ult. Herald is up. Both marksmen closing around that 2-item mark. That Cole almost complete there for the keyboarder as well, so he'll get a massive influx of gold on this Tristana and be able to potentially just straight stat check this Kalista. Here we go again.
Oh, okay. The Shroud does block the E. Uses the perfect execution forward once more. Doesn't have enough of a kill threat though until the 5-pointed strike takes it. Cheeks is just running this top lane.
Yeah, absolutely. You could say he's clapping a little bit, but for the time being, I mean, that kill, again, this is what Omega Akuma do, right? They get a kill, they immediately convert it into a neutral objective. They're also just pushing the lanes, right? Those grubs are making such good use of applying pressure in that mid lane, and Tristana and Azir are so slippery that they can never be taken down. It really feels like DropDeadGaming, they are going to have to get a lucky pick, a lucky shot if they want a way back into this game, because that gold lead is starting to really surmount around that 5K mark, and that has to be when you sound those alarms as DDG.
I think the alarm is already sounding with this 0-5 Gwen that has to be the scale threat for this team. Good on Jordan Bot to get a coveted flash out of the Azir, who becomes a little less slippery, but how much stalling do DropDeadGaming really have to do here? Because this Gwen is so much further behind. It's going to be what feels like an eternity before this late game threat will be online. At least they're going to finally find that kill into Fails that they've seemed to get. Maybe I misspoke too early. The Glacial Fissure, they might finally get enough. The keyboarder going to have to hop out. So there's a pick for DropDeadGaming to try and take down that surmountable gold lead.
And then really, really good buffer there with the W on the Tristana to get away from that Cyclone. So that's a key ultimate burned there by DropDeadGaming right before the Dragon.
He has flash. He's going to use it over the pit. There's a scrying ward to see where he's going. Hop comes across, flash forward. The keeper wants his revenge, and he's going to get it right when that Dragon that could have been Soul Point comes up. Another win con crumbling for DropDeadGaming.
And I mean, they use the Cyclone, they use too many summoners, they commit too hard on the kill. And sure, you get the execution onto the Braum, but you waste so many resources to do it, which allows the other members of Omega Akuma to capitalize off of that lack of resources and take you down. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. Third Dragon going to go the way of Omega Akuma. They will stop the soul stacking dead in its tracks. Like you said, Slayer. And that late game win con starting to dwindle.
Oh! Azir, Shuriman shuffle. Troy doesn't take turret aggro. Jordan Bot going to drop it going under the turret. They have a teleport coming all the way over from mid lane. But it's just a bit too late to try and commit to any of these kills. And look at the wrap. The route is on. In is coming Cheeks from the top side. Jordan Bot should drop. There's the Azir finding the kill. Cheeks going to drop the exhaust, but he's going to fly all the way back in and eviscerate Troy with one big Akali strike. Never outmatched size by the champion. The Lamb's Respite saves them. Everything going right for Omega Akuma. They're going to put the champions onto match point.
I've seen enough. Cheeks, this man needs to be at Worlds. This guy is winning it all one day. That was such a flawless sequence by the Akali and the Kindred ultimate to back it all up. Prevents almost anybody from dying. They will get the top turret, the tier 2 turret close to falling as well. In this game, just got a whole heck of a lot more doomed, it seems like, for DDG. They're around 6,000 gold down here, Slayer. Dragon not going to be up. Otacon is up, but look at the top side control that DDG have. If you can't see it, that's okay, because there literally is none. It is all in favor of Omega Akuma, and it feels like that Otacon is a foregone conclusion.
The Otacon's a foregone conclusion. This dragon that's up in 3-ish minutes. So much of the map is unplayable, and it's the two-pronged strategy from DropDead Gaming.
Been in there for a million years.
Yeah, and he might just die for it. I mean, Cheeks, he's got ultimate, but I don't think he really cares about killing an elite support. But Quacks, this Callista didn't get the lead it needed. The Gwen is so far behind. Troy is the really only saving scaling Grace, but their engage has fallen flat. Their scaling factors aren't there yet. And Cheeks is just running amok with this team. He eviscerates Jordanbot and he gets out. Who is this guy? The Cyclone's not even going to knock him up. They get the Swain Slow to finally throw him up into the air. The Needlework will time down the Akali of Giga Chad. Shut down over to Never Outmatch finally. And they're going to get a tier 2 turn off the back of it.
Yeah, I mean, they get a decent amount of gold as well as the shutdown. They take, you know, not 1 but 2 towers along with, you know, killing the Akali, but they give away the Otacon. So at the end of the day, I feel like it's not even really an even trade. I still would say that's in favor of DDG, but they want more.
They got the flash out of Branny Fan, but there's a second flight coming through for the Kingdred. They're going to chase down Troy. Slow lands. They're going to get the stun. The Demonic Ascension means squad has to flash. Try to buy some more space, but the Kingdred finds the kill. There's a turn come out here for DropDead Gaming. They do have the Wukong. Everybody else packed into this bot side jungle. But there's just no way for them to go back in. Another pick found for Omega Akuma. Oh, they might be looking for more here. Jordanbot, big cocoon, drops a ton of damage, uses the repel to buy space. Brady Fan off to the side, but just can't go through this Braum shield. Jordanbot drops, another pick found, 20 kills in nearly the same amount of time for Omega Akuma.
And man, this Elise value, this Callista value, it's dwindling by the minute, Slayer. It really feels like we were looking at this combination in the bot lane by DDG to be the ones that could just completely stat check and destroy around, you know, levels 3 to 6 in that laning phase. We expected them to be the ones pushing around Omega Akuma, providing pressure for the rest of the map, but that was never the case. The keyboarder, even when he was behind in gold to Branny Fan, was able to get so much CS, was able to side lane, was able to rotate to the mid lane, and was able to just catch back up, and the Callista could never find an advantage. And now we're at a point in the game where you're 5-2-4, and Cheeks is just an absolute madman. Yeah,
he's certainly limit testing. 3 versus 1 here. Gonna try trade out Troy. Really good stasis there to avoid potentially a fatal 5-pointed strike. So Brandy Fan gets some gold back. They're punishing this Akali on the sides well. But these are small wins. There needs to be a big win for DropDead Gaming to get back into this one.
Yep, for sure. And a big win would be around this dragon in about 20 seconds. But, I mean, look at how much DDG committed toward that top side, right? They sent the Avengers after Cheeks. And sure, they managed to take him down, but at what cost?
They're going to go for more. They're getting desperate to find these picks. Troy's Demonic Ascension, it's just not enough. They're too far behind. They're getting wallet dipped. Those shield buys so much space. Brady Fan can't burn through it. It's this Tristana to win. Fails is they're burning flashes. They're BMing the 2-time champs right now.
They are disrespecting the kings of the Immortal. For a moment there, you know, usually you flash when there's an FF. For a moment, I actually thought we were going to see a forfeit come out from DDG, but it doesn't look like they are going to do that. The dragon is available, and they might not have
while we were talking about it, by the way. They
might not have forfeited, but I feel like this game is as good as done. Omega Akuma are putting the 2-time Immortal League champions to series point against the Rope Slayer. And this was predicted by absolutely nobody, by the way.
Nobody at all. And these last 2 games have been not even close ones where they've scraped away wins. They've been commanding, dominating wins. Jordanbot's getting caught trying to find one shutdown, get a morsel of gold back. Maybe will through the repel. No, the stun lands first. The keyboarder goes godlike. It's full on desperation for DropDead Gaming, and they just can't commit to any of these kills.
Cheeks.
That's a great call out there, Quacks, as Evil Lobster goes in. He wants to shut down the Azir. He flashes for it. He's going to get it. But what will it cross? DropDeadGaming, they do get 2 kills. But in flies Cheeks. He's got the death sentence. He wants the killing blow. And he's going to get it. 4 for 2 to Akuma Omega once more.
And Akuma Omega, they may only have 3 members alive, but that is all their damage dealers, essentially. They're just going to go right onto the Baron. 20-second death timers. The Gwen is on the top side. There is no threat of this being taken away, and there is no threat of this game being surmounted for the side of DDG. Omega Akuma pairing knives. 8,000 gold difference at 26 minutes. Baron in tow, 2 dragons, and they might not even get a third because this game might be over before then, Slayer.
It's one more fight. Their mid lane is open. They can cover, catch these side lanes, and look to take structures for free. The item differences are just massive across the board. This Azir has got a Rabadon's nearly done. He's going to be nearly a full item up. The top lane is rough to look at. The AD carry spot is a whole item difference at this point. It is going to take a throw from the 4th seed of Group A to not reach match point here. And they're looking to push the tempo already, taking away camps.
Yeah, for sure. They're just controlling this side of the jungle, this part of the map, and bullying out DropDeadGaming like they have all game long. The waves are pushing in on bot side. You can see Evil Lobster is there to defend, but he is just at risk of getting completely wrapped. They can go around the turret because it's basically already gone. Look at that bomb damage, Slayer.
It's mincemeat. Tristana just burns through these turrets. Azir really starting to limit test how far he can go forward. I thought he was going to throw down an Emperor's Divide, but the 5 stack of the pairing knives looking to cut through another inhibitor turret.
He's going to go for it, baby.
It feels like a matter of seconds before that final fight erupts. Evil Lobster uses the Cyclone to just cut down the wave. He's using it defensively in the second charge. Fails will drop first. In goes the Azir. Gets a huge shuffle. The Limbs Respite has to come out though. Look how many people are stuck in this revive, but it's going to be DropDeadGaming that come out of it on top. Troy Stasis provides. They get 4 out of nowhere. This game just flipped on its head.
This game, out of nowhere, DropDeadGaming managed to win a fight. They materialize a lead out of air, and sure, they aren't going to be able to threaten the game or any objective, but they buy themselves some space. A faint light has been lit in game number 3 here for DDG, and they want to turn it into a flame to burn down Omega Akuma pairing knives. But the task is still tall. The dragon gonna be up in about 90 seconds here, Slayer. We will get the respawns before then, and you can see the mid lane wave pushed in by DDG. They can have the ability to just set up vision around that area and threaten this dragon.
That was a lesson taught by DropDeadGaming, is no matter how far behind they are, they designed their comp around grouping up as 5. The AoE damage of a Swain ulting, a Gwen ulting. No matter how rough the early game has been, if they have the items, they're going to make it count. And DropDeadGaming, they have new life at this point. They're going for a pick onto Fails, but once again, the Braum looks for the turn. The Shuriman shuffle on Evil Lobster onto the backside. Nobody on DropDeadGaming can get through the Sand Soldiers. They just burned through Troy. Jordan Bot is next. Their Randy Fan falls after that. It's a triple kill. It's 4 kills to nothing. Back to Omega Akuma, who silenced the doubters.
Yeah, absolutely. They're saying that you might have won one fight, but you're just going to get that one shot in. Maybe it was a pity shot. Who knows? But the fact remains, Omega Akuma pairing knives, teleport coming in from the Azir. Only one up is never outmatched. 3 and 7. I don't know. I don't think he's going to be able to do it, Slayer. And would you believe it if I told you that the 2-time Immortal champions are now at 1 more game loss from getting eliminated here this time?
We have started the Immortal League playoffs out with a banger. Get to know the names. Omega Akuma pairing knives. Up 2-1. Doing it with the most unique drafts, the stylistic plays. Where did this team come from, Quacks?
I have no idea. We're going to have to interview Ivar about his recruitment process because clearly something is working with this team. Clearly, There is a silver bullet that these guys have loaded to take down the unstoppable team, or thought to be the unstoppable team of DDG, as now that train that has been chugging along for several seasons now might just get shattered and broken and derailed all the way. Omega Akuma pairing knives are one game away, one win away, Slayer, from doing what so many people thought was the impossible.
You've seen it in so many places, especially when you talk about three-peats. You saw it in the Super Bowl just a couple months ago. One team looking to three-peat, and an underdog story out of nowhere ruined it. You can talk about the Pistons stopping the Lakers from going for a four-peat. It always comes out of nowhere when you least expect it, and we might have something of that level on our hands in the Immortal League, a series that myself and Quacks came in to thinking would be a sweep. A tune-up game for DropDeadGaming has been anything but that. And
I thought I'd be in bed by now.
Man. Yeah, and honestly, at this point, I couldn't be happier that we are here at this point. We are going to go to another, hopefully, short break. But on the other side, history potentially in the making. Omega Akuma pairing knives on match point to move into the semifinals of the Immortal League. We'll see you guys soon. Welcome back, everybody, to the Tiny Sports Twitch channel, as history is potentially in the making here. If you're joining in late, here are the stakes, folks. We have DropDeadGaming, who are the two-time defending champions, #1 seed out of groups once more, have been dominating over what could be 3 full splits of Titans' highest level league. But today has not been their day. It has been the day of Omega Akuma pairing knives, who played Kaisa jungle, who played Akali top with a Azir mid, and in both of those games got dominating wins and are now 1 game away from dropping the 2-time champs out of the playoffs in the very first round. You couldn't have scripted this thing better, Quacks.
Yep, I mean, this is, everyone likes an upset, right? I mean, they're so rare, but when they do happen, everyone gets so excited. I know this because I was rooting for DRX the entire time when they made their miracle run, and this seems like a potential miracle run in the making. If they can topple DropDeadGaming, who can't they realistically defeat? This is the best team, basically, in the entirety of the Immortal League. Before this series, they had only dropped, you said 4 games, Slayer? Now, they're 1 game away from just getting dropped out completely. And as we are going into the draft, we do have a couple more limitations now that we're in Game 4, Slayer.
Yeah, so we are losing bans now because, as you can see below us, we've lost so many champions by this point. On the production side, it's going to look a little wonky when we get into this second phase, but these are the first phase bans that are coming through. And as Quacks pointed out last time around, when we had the 4 marksman game, those are the hot commodity, and the pairing knives took away Kindred and Tristana. So the Caitlyn ban serves as the only AD carry ban once more, but if you are the pairing knives, who for the first time, by the way, are on blue side, do you just take an AD carry off rip, and they're gonna do exactly that? They're gonna grab the keyboarder Misfortune, who's definitely one of those premier ADs left up, Quacks.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely an A-tier champion still left up and available. And now I think the onus is going to be on DropDeadGaming to take away a lot of good MF pairings. They lock in the Jinx. The Rel might be a good steal here. That is still one of the only engage supports left up and available. So certainly going to be, talking about that in the back of our heads as we go through from this draft. But instead, they're going to pivot to the jungle. Sejuani going to be the lock, and a lot of pairings starting to go through our heads as, maybe the Yone is in DDG's future.
Yeah, or just solo lane melees is definitely what you want to go for if you get the Sejuani. The Rel is going to be stolen. Fails is going to grab that one, and that's a great combo with the Misfortune. The Zyra as well. This is a Wombo ultimate combo comp already coming together for Omega Akuma. You got the Strangle Thorns with a Magnet Storm and the Bullet Time over top to just blow through whoever's health bar. But DropDeadGaming with the Alistar locked in are definitely going to make some of those health bars pretty hard to burn through.
Yeah, and it's going to be even harder for Falls, right, to engage on a lot of those fights when he can just be headbutted away. And, at the same time, if Alistar finds a good flank, that bullet time could be cut short. And I think that's really what we're looking at DDG to do from here on out, right? Delay the channel of that Misfortune ultimate, right? Try to cut it short. Get some, sort of champions under your belt that can, really, shine in through that disruption. And if they can do that, I think they'll be in a much better place. But they have a lot of engage, and really the only carry they have is that Jinx. So I want a little bit more oomph coming out here for DDG. The Yone is still available. It is still up and ripe for the taking, but it is a dangerous blind.
Very, very dangerous blind. So we'll have to see what the response looks like. Huge Exodia scale comp, though, for DropDeadGaming, right? Rise and Jinx, those are the premier picks in that avenue. But Quacks, you got to be a fan of the Galio. It's just going to immediately match the Rise and then provides another hard line crowd control ability for this Bullet Time.
Oh, man!
And you get the Olaf that's just going to run through the Sejuani and Alistar. Quacks, are you already calling this upset now based off of draft?
I love the Olaf pick here, to be honest with you. We saw the dominance of the Akali in game number, 3, and going into game number 4, Olaf wants to do the same thing, right? It is lane domination. It is those 1v2 highlights, those 1v2 outplays, and against a comp like this, who has things like the Rune Prison, who has things like Alistar to be able to knock you back, tons of CC and lockdown is present on this DDG comp, having that Olaf just be in a fight could be so unbelievably threatening. And then you pair up things like the Galio, things like the Rel, the AoE on this team, and the ultimates, like you pointed out earlier, Slayer, really make this team into a complete draft, and one that is desperately needed as we are going into Series Point, right? I think the ease of execution is something that we often talk about in the Immortal League. This is a very easy to execute comp. You click R, you win the fight, and honestly, when you're one game away from making history, I feel like this is a comp that you are happy to take.
Even with the fearless aspect, right? Fearless is what makes ease of execution even higher priority. So we'll see if that is enough for Omega Akuma pairing knives. We're heading back to the Rift. Game number 4, nearly 4 hours into this very matchup. And we could be leaving here etching into the history books with a golden pen as we get a look at another animal, thanks to Golden, that chills out in Summoner's Rift before things get too chaotic. And luckily, the chaos is not here yet. As you see this in later stage best of 5s. 5-point start. Nobody really wanting to gamble on any wards and give up an advantage with the stakes so very high.
Absolutely. And I definitely think that a lot of the attention will be paid toward the bot lane this game. Oftentimes, when you look at Olaf, when you look at Camille, these are two champions that have it a little bit more, you know, have the ability to be a bit more unique with what they take along with that teleport. Camille could take things like the Ignite, right? And then Olaf can take things with the Flash, like, you know, Flash Ghost is available, but both of them are taking TP, and that points to what is most likely going to be a relatively calm top side for the most part. And I do think that because of that, these junglers are really wanting to put their foot in the sand, draw a line in the dirt, sort of, so to speak, on this bot lane, because both of these AD carries can really win and lose you a game.
Without a doubt. As we do see Fails already getting some trades in to try and get level 2 over for the keyboarder. And they will be able to grab that up as this wave crashes in. Do want to point out, though, that knowing Jordan Bot as well as we do as a player, he's a big Rel player, which means he understands how to counter this champion. And his Alistar had been banned away from him in every game except this one. So
yeah,
you pointed out in draft how pivotal Alistar could be to cancel out the Wombos, try and desync them, but also this guy recognizes exactly how to play the other side of this matchup as well.
But I feel like the main difficulty that we're going to be, you know, sort of running into with this Alistar is you can really only cancel one engage. Omega Akuma have several, right? It isn't just the Rel that could start up a fight. So using that headbutt as efficiently as possible is going to be super important as this game goes on. But for the time being, we are still, you know, 2.5 minutes in. The Zyra already completing its clear, so much so that the Sejuani is to say, well, I know I can't match clear. I've got to make a proactive play before it is done with its full camps.
Looking to go after Cheeks here in that top side. Does have Flash, but Olaf is a lot less threatening in these early phases, and really good job here for Never Outmatched to get such a good chunk early on. The exact start DropDeadGaming need. It's first blood over to their Camille.
Yep, so Never Outmatched getting a little bit of revenge here in game 4, was bullied so heavily on that Gwen game, and will be able to start this game off with a bang, but it looks like the bot lane is also...
He snuck through the choppers. I don't know how he did that, but they're going to get
crazy.
Brenny Fan very low. They used the barrier out of the Jinx as well. We traded for the Ignite, so at least the bottom lane for Omega Akuma getting to a strong place here. As topside, we have an invade getting punished. The Camille might just get even more fed. The flash comes across. Hookshot doesn't land. The flash comes across here for Never Outmatched, and maybe he went a bit too far here. The Olaf is going to chase him down. Cheeks gets one.
What?
Cheeks gets two. This top lane just flips on its head.
Cheeks, you beautiful, beautiful man. What a Giga Chad to just flash over the wall, hit him with the Thunder Strike, and that is 2 kills. Over to the Olaf, and on the bot side too, Slayer.
They pick up the Alistar. Brandy fan is really low here. I wonder if Fails just dives this Jinx and kills him. Oh, the level up.
No,
This is the stun. One
After
auto
shot.
short, and Brandy fan is gonna get the kill. This is far from a clean game because the keyboarder tried to back way too far forward. The flash forward for Troy finds the trade. What is going on? This series is chaos by definition.
4.5 minutes, 6 kills, game deciding match, or series deciding match rather. You know, elimination on the line, pull out all the stops. You can't see my cam right now, but just picture a man doing the absolute cinema pose because this game is absolute cinema, Slayer.
Pizza Warfare does go over to the Paring Knife side as they do cling to a small gold lead, but all of that skirmishing, one prevailing thought comes to my head, Quacks here, and well, I was going to say Cheeks is now back in this game, but Jordan Bot is saying, no, no, no. He's going to try and make sure that the Camille still has the edge of this matchup. Great row from the support, but it doesn't matter. Cheeks is healing through it all. What is this man? Double kill again.
4-1, the Olaf, but he might have another
He's dead.
challenger. Can Evil Lobster do it? He has the flash available. Let's see. Okay, not off to a great
Gets
start.
the shield up. Can he heal through it? No, the smoke comes across. So shut down through, but who is Cheeks, man? This guy is anything but his namesake.
Yeah, but so much resources put toward the top side. Now Brandy Fan is left with the Wolves.
Oh my god, the keyboarder is tanking, by the way. And they nearly leave Brandy Fan one auto short.
Are they gonna go again? They're gonna go again.
Should fall again. Nobody has the turret aggro. The plant was taking up that first bout, and it's a double kill over to the Zyra. Omega Akuma are the early game dominators in this series.
Akuma Omega are just running away with this game. We thought they were dominant in games 2 and 3, but we had seen nothing, Slayer. This game is by far the most clean they have played these first 5 minutes, and now they are just looking to roam around the map. They are unafraid.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Galio just stole a grub. No way. He's going to kill Evil Lobster. He doesn't have a way out of the pit. He's just trying to buy time for Troy, who does save him. Cheeks is here now. He has the Ragnarok. He should be able to just run down Evil Lobster, who does have to burn the flash. Takes another grub. Realm Warp will come through for Troy, but he gets rooted out of it. The kill goes over to the Zyra, who's now 3-0, and they get all 3 grubs. What the hell is happening?
I have no idea what is happening, but I'm loving every second of it. Slayer Cheeks, 4-2. Zyra, 3-0. The top side of this game. We keep saying over and over, the bot lane will be the carry. We're going to focus on bot lane this game. Misfortune and Jinx, surely these guys are the carry. Nope, nope, nope. Every game is a topside focused game, but now we might get some love in the bot lane.
Heroes entrance, here comes the Galio, 2-man knock-up taunt combination. More kills over to Omega Akuma. 10 kills in 7 minutes for the upset squad.
And just like that, the bot lane falls. They use the hero's entrance. Amazing ultimate there by the keyboarder to clear out the wave. His support is also in the area, so he should be able to get some plates. He has that protection. He has that safety. But the same can't be said here for DDG. There is no safety net for these guys. They are at the edge of a cliff, and they are at risk of getting pushed off.
Falling from the top all the way down is DropDeadGaming, who are staring down a significant gold deficit, tempo control, neutrals, all in the hands of Omega Akuma by this point in. And this is Zyra, like you called out. I mean, the Leomdries is already done. Look at the difference in gold, items between the junglers right now.
It's absolutely insane. 65 CS to 53. 40, it's almost 1,000 gold. We're 8.5 minutes into the game. It's 1,000 gold difference.
Troy,
it's about to grow. It's about to grow.
Full Zyra combo down. 4 kills to the Zyra. What a duo this mid-jungle pairing is for Omega Akuma right now.
And you know the worst part, Slayer? It's not going to get any better. We said this comp was a team fighting comp, and we haven't had a single team fight. It's just been small pocket skirmishes.
Oh my god, it's just going to get worse. Good flash, though, from Never Outmatched. Will be matched with flash for the Zyra, but I mean, DropDeadGaming They gotta stop the bleeding now before this thing actually is over, before we even crest 15 minutes. Maybe they'll look for it on this bot side with Evil Lobster.
Fails.
They're gonna go after the keyboarder. Good headbutt there from Jordan Bot. Sections off the rel. Fails is gonna die. Brandy Fan gets the reset, and that teleport is just a bit too late for the pairing knives.
Yep, and so now the Galio gonna be forced to walk back to mid lane. This will open up an angle for Troy to maybe collect some CS, but we can't even keep it. Oh my gosh.
This is a 5-0 Zyra at 9:45 on the clock with 10 Dark Seal stacks.
Oh god.
I mean, this has got to be a book buy. Is he going to get another one? I mean, what was that Realm Warp? Troy really wants the trade kill, but he's not even going to get it. Cheeks walks away, and Zyra gets another one. What is this pandemonium?
It's 10 Dark Seal stacks in 10 minutes, Slayer. Oh my god. It's not real. Oh my god.
I'm going to crash out. I'm going to crash out.
They're gonna get a reset. They're gonna go to the Grubs. It's gonna be 6 Grubs over to an Olaf, 6 Grubs over to a Misfortune. What is even the point of living anymore? Holy moly! Oh, Omega Akuma.
All right.
They are closing this one now, not with a bang, but a whimper by DDG. Oh my lord.
I mean, do you just tilt off the face of the earth after this early game?
I personally do.
We talked about DropDeadGaming having some really good resiliency in game 1, even in game 2 when things look dire, but this is a whole different beast. They're going to try and chase down Fails, who is dismounted, but here comes the Juggernaut Zyra. The bullet time with the root should get through Jordan Bot's Unbreakable Will, so support for support, and this Zyra just does not fear anyone, stepping up, just waiting on these cooldowns, but won't punish Evil Lobster once more. For now.
Yep, just maybe potentially trying to, cancel these backs. Isn't going to test his luck too much, though. The Dragon is up 11 minutes in. Dragon not claimed by either team. And just when you think you might have room to breathe, Slayer, oh my god, this game does not stop. It does not stop. It does not end.
He doesn't have summoners. He doesn't have ult. Troy's dead again. He walks into the grasping roots. This is a godlike Zyra at 11.5 minutes in an elimination game.
And Zyra doesn't even have to bother, going over toward those Grubs. Cheeks already has it.
Are they all chatting them?
Oh my gosh, is Cheeks putting salt in the wound? So mad at the tilt, it's tilting me. Slayer, save me.
Oh my god. If you guys missed it, by the way, in game 3, after winning, getting an ace, like 3 members of pairing knives just flashed in place. The game wasn't over. They hadn't won the game yet. They still had one more fight, one more push to go for, and they still just flashed in place. Like the BM. Oh my god. This is maniacal. This is a masterclass in psychological warfare that we're seeing from Omega Akuma.
Oh my gosh, this is like those torture techniques that the Navy SEALs are like prone to, going up against, those exercises that they do in order to become SEALs. But, one thing DDG might have in common with SEALs this games is they're both going to be underwater very, very soon because they are slowly but surely drowning here in game number 4. 15-7 in kills. There's no other way to splice it, Slayer. You just got to say it as it is sometimes.
Cheeks is getting no response from the enemy team. He's not talking to Twitch chat, by the way. He's talking to the enemy team. I hope he's not talking to the Twitch chat, or we're going to open up a whole other can of worms, probably. But
well, I mean, APA, he's still relatively new in the LTA. I didn't think he had any, followers or people that took inspiration from the man, but who knows? Maybe Cheeks is the first. Maybe he's the deacon to the church of APA, of Yappa, because he's yapping up a storm.
He's yapping, but he is.
He's clapping and he's yapping.
He's clapping, yapping, and he's backing up the talk here so far through this game. 4,000 gold lead. They've got control over 6 Grubs. They don't even care about the Dragon. This team is marked by their bloodthirsty approach, trying to fight everywhere they can. I mean, this Zyra can delete this first Dragon whenever she wants.
Yeah, pretty much. That's the Zyra special, but oh, hang on. I mean, there's temporary numbers advantage here, but we do have the hero's entrance, so gotta be careful about that.
Yeah, they get the good Glacial Prison down. But
Oh my God, he lives.
Flash down the Magic Storm to get out. Flash taunt onto
Oh, the
three.
taunt!
To set
Oh
up the
my
Stranglethorns.
God.
Down goes Evil Lobster first. Troy should follow suit if they get one more root. Good knock up from Jordan Bot to come across here. But the plants are just so mighty.
Oh,
they're
they're
doing
surrounded.
so much damage.
Oh,
Here
that
goes the
Ragnarok!
Olaf, running them all down. Omega Akuma ace at 14 minutes.
Practically, I mean, never outmatches on the top side, but he can do nothing. He doesn't have teleport. He is completely out of this game as the Camille. Cheeks has run over this top side, and he is moving on to bigger and better things, as is OAPK. This team, we thought they were going to be 3-0'd, by the way, Slayer. This team, we thought they were outmatched. But it turns out that gods can bleed and champions can fall. And DDG one step away from a very long fall.
This series started with a game one that went nearly 40 minutes. Back and forth. Game two, 33-minute bout. We have just been scaling down the time in these games. And Omega Akuma have just scaled infinitely. I mean, usually, you know, there's games where you get to blowout points and it's hard to really assess what to do on the map. But this game is so chaotic, I don't even know what Omega Akuma are going to do on the map. Like, we're just perma-fighting like this is a Call of Duty match on Shipyard, TDM. Everybody's just going for kills at this point. That's a 3-man top down for the Galio. The Olaf won't die through Ragnarok once more. He's healing, he's shielding, and he's dealing out the punishment. 2 more kills over to Omega Akuma. And I smell a third coming with this Giga Chad Zyra over the wall. Gonna use the plants and the minion wave to just corner Evil Lobster in place. They're gonna take the turret first. They're taking everything. Omega Akuma want to be etched into the history books with this 3-1 win.
And now they have got the Herald as well. They've got a push in top lane. They've got the 6 scrubs. Every advantage they could possibly ask for is right there in front of them. 16 minutes in. We were expecting this game to go out in a blaze of glory. But it is anything but that, Slayer.
Soak this in, folks. This is a one-of-a-kind series. Given the stakes, the history, everything, get to know Omega Akuma pairing knives. Oh, my word. It's so hard to, like, analyze where to go with the rest of this game because in 17 minutes, Omega Akuma have gotten everything.
Literally. Yeah. No, I mean, like, us, like, people, like, you guys, like, chatters watching, like, one of our jobs as casters is to, like, you know, look at a team that's losing and try to provide commentary on how they can come back in this game, right? But this game, no, I don't know if that is possible this game. It feels super difficult to imagine an outing here for DDG. Every fight has gone the way of Omega Akuma. Every objective has gone their way as well. And just based off of how this game is going, it's going to continue to be that way, and I don't think that's changing ever.
It's the mantra of a game state where a mistake from Omega Akuma is the only way this game really gets leveled. Brainy Fan has to try and just min-max taking wolves away from his jungler to try and get this Jinx online. Brainy Fan is 3-4.
Okay, they don't kill him. Watch this. 1v4.
Well, I mean, it's not going to be 1v4. It's not even going to be 2v4 because they have a Galio with Hero's Entrance. Glacial Prison down. Ragnarok popped, and here comes the Olaf trying to run them all through. The keyboarder just burns and melts Brandy Fire's health bar down. It's a complete rout at this point. Troy flashing to safety. The hook shot canceled out. Never outmatched. Will be outmatched once more. 3 more kills to Omega Akuma as they look to move on to the semifinals.
And a 10,000 goal to lead 18.5 minutes. This has got to be some kind of record, Slayer. Surely there's a record that got broken by this game so far. I have never witnessed such a stomp here in my life. This really is a one-of-a-kind game in a one-of-a-kind series. The Herald taken on the other side of the map. So now the goal difference is 11,000. It just keeps piling on, not by the minute, but by the second here in game number 4. And DDG, it feels so tough to imagine if they could come back in this game, because we literally saw Cheeks tanking up like 1v4 until his team came. He was perfectly fine.
Perfectly fine, and even if you try and death brush for one big pick, right, there's a Galio Hero's Entrance that's up often to provide extra cover here as Fails gets out of a tricky Alistair position. They're going after the Zyra, do get a pretty big stun lock. The Stangle Thorns have to use defensively, but here's the bullet time. Here is the rest of the pairing knives. Fails kills off Brady Fan, the Ragnarok Olaf knocks down Jordan Bot, and everyone else on DDG is scattered to the wayside.
Yep, Evil Lobster manages to get out with just a sliver of his HP, but the Herald is dropped. All 5 members of Omega Akuma pairings knives are up and available. The base will be broken. The Herald is just going to charge into the inhibitor. It's going to miss. Okay, Galio,
right.
Your license is revoked and you're under arrest.
Yeah, but I mean, are they going to, why would they stop? Okay, they recognize that this is a big game. They don't want to grief into Nexus turrets that do just respawn after time.
I mean,
So
if they keep walking up like that, like...
They might look for the turn here. Over the wall, here it comes. It's going to be right onto the head of Never Outmatched. The Camille cut off first, tries to use that Hextech Ultimatum, but the keyboarder just survives through it all. And look at the Galio on the front side. Does actually give over a shutdown here. Troy gets a huge amount of gold. Brady Fan gets a reset. Jordan Bot's going forward. They use the Glacial Prison. They lock up Fails. There's another kill given over. But here
we go
with the Ragnarok to just knock them all down with the keyboarder. The Realm Warp is going to come through to save Troy, but just when you thought DDG had a morsel of play, they still lose the fight.
Yup, Cheeks activated his checkmate card, and he wins the fight out for them, but not even panning the camera over. The Zyra is just playing herbivore duty, going for the dragon. Now the Otacon is up. It'll be taken off spawn. And man, what an unexpected turn of events in this series, Slayer. A 3-1. At the very least, if we thought Omega Akuma pairing knives were going to win this, we thought it was going to go the distance. We thought it was game 5. We were prepared for this broadcast to go to 6 hours or something akin to that time frame. But I guess Omega Akuma, their West Coast guys, want to get, done with this series before the McDonald's closes. They're hungry. So, I'm hungry too. So I actually deeply appreciate this. I should be able to go get food after this. It should still be open. So thanks a lot, guys.
Congratulations, guys. This is going to level the rest of the playoff slate here. The 2-time champions, the #1 seed out of Group B, is going to go down and open up a new Cinderella run, and potentially the other side of the bracket looking a lot more juicy. Good combo there from Jordan Bot. Actually throws Galio into the 5-stack. That's a huge play to get 1 kill over. With the Olaf, the bullet time, it's just too much to really brunt. Down goes and Never Outmatched, but Brady Fan and Troy do stay safe for now. I think you'll take that 1v2 trade as long as you can keep your Nexus turrets up, because this inhibitor is gone and forgotten by this point.
Yup, I mean, the wave pushed in the mid lane, which allowed Omega Akuma to, buy some space enough to get that inhibitor, but here another fight has begun!
Fails is going to be the next victim, so they're getting good picks. They're going to get the gold over onto their carries. This one's certainly going over to Troy or Brady Fan. Troy goes on a killing spree. It is important to remember these 2 carries do hyperscale, but they're going after the Zyra, and it does look like Jordan Bot bit off a little more than he could really chew, and will give over a 3rd kill.
Yep, they're going to get the red buff as well. So salt in the wound there for Evil Lobster. Every jungler knows the pain of getting their buff taken away from them right in front of their eyes as well. It really adds to it. But 15-2 on the Olaf, 9-0 on this Zyra, 6-1 on the Misfortune. The carries of Omega Akuma pairing knives just showing up when it matters here in game number 4. We were expecting a climactic finish. We were expecting it to be akin to what we've seen all series, right? A back and forth bout in team fights. But this, nobody could have predicted this stomp. Nobody could have seen how dominant this game would be. And just the result of this series is unexpected, but the way it is being done is even more so.
That is the shocking part. We've seen upsets before, but not to this caliber. We'll see if the pairing knives maybe push their luck a bit too much. They have gotten some pretty close fights recently, just dive bombing into the base. Maybe a bit more resolve starting to show here. Jordan Bot is thanking the lucky unbreakable will. He survives there. We'll be able to get the reset. They're allowing Troy to get a ton of resources on this bot side, but they may just have to surrender the triple inhibitor for it.
Yep. the wave is pushing. You can see Troy is also going for a reset. So all of DDG are going to assemble to try and stop this, but it feels unstoppable at this point. You've got the 6 scrubs, you've got the push, you've got the zoning from the plants as well, just dealing damage. Air is hurting you if you're a DDG, so it's really hard to imagine a world where they can win a fight, but here they go!
They're going for the Zyra again, but they just don't have enough damage. Troy goes down, the bullet time gets a ton of value. The keyboarder goes dominating. In with the Hextech Ultimatum is the never outmatched Camille, but he has been outmatched once more. Here are the final nails in the coffin. The only way to beat the 2-time champs is with a pair of blades to cut their heads off. Omega Akuma pairing knives upset the 2-time champs 3-1 to go to the semifinals.
And a result nobody could have expected, Slayer, in an even more unexpected way where they got it done. A stomp to end us off on the broadcast tonight. Omega Akuma pairing knives. Champions can fall. Gods can bleed. Where were you when Omega Akuma pairing knives upset the 2-time Immortal champions? You better damn well hope you were here to see it firsthand, because you are not getting experiences like this often in any facet of competitive League of Legends.
I am lucky enough to say that I have casted thousands, probably 1,000 series, maybe multiple thousand games of League of Legends by this point. Definitely thousands of games of League of Legends by this point in my casting career. I cannot remember. I can only remember a handful of games, a handful of series that looked like this series. What a treat this was. Congratulations to Omega Akuma pairing knives. We could break down game 4. There's no reason to break down game 4.
There's literally none. That game...
It was domination.
Yeah, that was probably the most anticlimactic ending to a high-stakes series that I have ever cast. I really hesitate to say the word ever because, like you, Slayer, I have also casted a crap load of series. But
right,
man, I gotta think that this one is up there in terms of shock value, because I never thought that this was going to happen.
I never thought this would ever. What a start to the playoffs. That is the #1 seed going down. DropDeadGaming leave off the bottom side of the bracket. 3-1 to Omega Akuma pairing knives. So you've got now the only 1 seed left is Dorado Gaming Zeta on the other side. Yep. And we have a completely different scope on these playoffs. But that is going to do it for our broadcast tonight, folks. It was a pleasure for myself and Quacks to bring you one of the most surprising series in just 2-3 League of Legends. Shout out to Wookie and Golden, our awesome producing and observing team behind the scenes. We will be back next week. It will be Ferris and Golden Gad to try to piece together what the hell this playoff picture looks like with the last final 4 teams. And it sounds like, from what I'm seeing in chat, that these 2 teams are playing in the AML. So these 2 teams are going to go at each other again. But make sure you are back here on Thursday as we move into the final 4 teams in the Immortal League with a new champion now going to be crowned. Until then, though, take care, and we'll see you when we see you.